Hello, all of you delightful beings out there, and welcome to the stream. I am Razim, and this is Ascent to Ascend Pathfinder, Season 5, Episode 21, Bounties and Rewards. We shall begin, as usual, with introductions, starting with Taldarius.
Hello, I am Taldarius, and I will be the storyteller for Ascent to Ascend Pathfinder.
Hi, I'm Paul. I'm going to be Alexei, the tinkerer. Tinkerer, that's what I am. Tinkerer. I'm here too.
And I am Tochemay, playing Gar the Gnoll Barbarian.
I am Razim, and I am playing as the Marten twins, a pair of sentient feral psionic encounter Martens. This week, their names are Cup and Cake.
And I am Tanya Sapien, playing Rosalia Natu Cygnus. And I know it sounds sordid, but you'll be rewarded if you assist in getting her dues.
Hello, I'm Tiberian, and I'm playing Snow Shadow of the Vanishing Isles, a monk who I'm sure will get up to very strange things today.
Why am I being yelled at?
I'm just more confused
Wait.
why the Twitch chat is even remotely surprised you've done this.
Wait, what are you rubbing in?
Something for wild traditions in the Friday game.
This is knowledge beyond my authority.
Oh,
Hello,
wait,
everyone.
it's... Oh, sorry.
I am Timbo. I am playing Timbo Dor Jagomaster von Glorious Pokeball Wolfenstein. I'm a big Wolven Paladin, captain of the crew,
Tochemay tipped $100. Razim contract.
and I can keep hearing people interrupting me.
Thank you for the tip, Tochemay. I so hugely appreciate it. That is the tip goal fully completed.
Ooh, neat. Also, I don't think you're feeding that through.
I fixed it now. I forgot to
Okay.
earlier.
So I need to know the significance of cupcake.
Kick is a munchlax. Was, who knows? Tune in next week to find out.
So, a couple weeks ago, the players came across a stash of Pokeballs. These were contraband in a Pokemon, basically nation. And, well, these Pokeballs were not unoccupied. The Pokemon inside passed away. All except for one. The ones that passed away formed a Spiritomb that the players had to fight. And the one survivor was Cupcake, a little munchlax who his trainer, before they passed away, made sure that that they had plenty of food with them in their Pokeball. Yeah. The players might have forgotten about Cupcake and left him at an inn, and he was waiting outside for them to come back for him. And
no.
then a whole bunch of chaos broke out, bombs and everything. And Cupcake got trampled in the panic from the townsfolk.
Hilarious, how could you?
It was mostly Darashi, or Viv, but
Oh no, I'm gonna blame Taldarius. Yeah, I'm getting in character. I have to blame the gods for everything bad that happens.
No, Ozea, this is obviously an eventual problem.
Okay, one heresy at a time.
Besides, don't worry. I can't actually be blamed for this one because in that game I am playing a character that canonically might actually, I think by ability canonically is dumber than Timber.
Well, yeah, that's because I'm a smart wolven.
Yeah.
Planet is doomed.
But yeah, so
Son
the
of a-
chat the chat is for
Alexi!
some reason just mad at me over this, you know.
Okay.
I mean, I'm
Alexi. So sorry, this might take a slight priority. Alexi, you need to shout for the Kaiserin with conviction first, then try to fly.
Stay on the ground where you belong, little man.
See, you gonna take that line down?
I mean, will it really matter if he takes it lying down or standing up, considering Timber's height over him? Will it really make a difference?
but yeah,
Okay, sorry, Sam, what were you saying?
last session I might have ended off with, you know, I was describing the state of Cupcake, how he wasn't moving, a healing move
you got
didn't
graphic.
do anything, and I had the team medic roll a medicine check. And then I jumped into, thank you everybody for joining us today for Wild Traditions.
Oh.
Cliffhanger.
You are an
Oh
evil
boy,
bastard.
we're in Wild Traditions now.
Oh boy.
I mean, speaking of, we do actually have a slot open in the one-shot I'm running on Tuesday, if anybody's interested.
Well, Rose, looks like you'll need to work on Cupcake.
Just a quick aside, because one of the players that was going to participate isn't going to, so we're looking for another player. It is basically in response to the bombing of Arlem's Wilds. A crew of Pokemon pirates has decided to steal the New Year's ball.
Stealing a ball?
The dankest dungeon.
Tanya Sapien tipped $5 for the swear jar.
That was fucking awful what you did to them.
Don't worry, the players are all helping this because we all specifically encourage and set up as many cliffhangers as possible.
Yeah.
Just staring you dead in the eyes while I drop the money into the jar.
I was confused. I'm like, what? Did she swear? I guess she must have. And then you drop it. But yeah.
Yeah, like the bomb.
Yeah.
Someone set us up the bomb.
All right, so we're ready for what Timble thought happened last episode.
Well, real quick, if anybody's interested, do DM me on Discord. But yes, go ahead with the recap, Timber.
Because, previous episode, we went over all the dead corpses, and then it was raining a lot. And I insisted we march back, but apparently these walkers are very, very fragile. Very sad. So Rose sent off a little abomination backpack to go get equipment. And we all took shelter in a cave. Well, they took shelter in a cave. I stood outside, and I got really wet, and I really didn't know what was going on much because it was raining on my helmet. And eventually, the equipment came back, and we fed everybody. I gave them my sleep sack, so like countless bunnies could sleep on Imperial grade betting for the first time in their lives. I'm sure this was the greatest moment of their existence. They will never sleep on something like that until the Kaiser comes over.
Thankfully, they have built-in padding. They're fine.
And, well, I kind of just stood out there until I got tired. I came back inside, shook a bunch, and then went to sleep. Next day, we dragged everybody back into town. And I guess Rose ran off to the ziggurat. And then I harassed, what's his name? The flower guy. Orchid, yeah. I harassed him a little bit. I gave him countless heads. And he gave me a sanding scroll. And I told my Inquisitor about some spicy gunpowder. And then I went to go harass the townsfolk. I mean, show them the glory of the Imperium. They got out of the way real fast.
The mayor's assistant's still in the inn. She's crying for some reason. I don't.
Yeah. Apparently the assistant was the assistant and not the leader. So
Actually,
she brought out the leader, and I saw he was the leader because he's the biggest.
So the offhanded comment that you made that Tildarius rolled with was that the secretary immediately ran to the tavern and started drinking.
Yeah.
That part I did catch when I skimmed through the review really quick.
Well, you know, look at me improving the rate of bureaucracy by scaring it away. This is truly an imperial victory.
I did.
Speaking of the tavern, Alexei, you know, I'd say that you actually have good shots with Orchid. I mean, even Timber's giving him heads.
Do you think? No, he's got a demigod to fawn. I mean, should we? Do you think?
You stand no chance against imperial prowess.
Oh.
Look, Alexei, it's obvious that you're into him, so either make your move or I will.
I mean, I don't want to. You've known him longer. It's fine.
Oh, I didn't mean that I would go after him. I'm saying that I would tell him that you're into him.
Oh.
He's a relative of Rose's.
Does that stop people?
I mean, yeah, like, you know, second cousin, 3 times removed, but he keeps coming back. Screw you, that was good comedy.
That was actually pretty good.
I chuckled on the inside, I promise.
Anyways. So yeah, what is everybody else up to?
I think Snow was the one dragging the definitely not cursed axe with his fishing rod.
Yeah, definitely
Totally
need to get
not
that thing.
cursed.
Yeah, we should probably get that thing looked at.
We did get that thing looked at.
Oh yeah, that's right. The twins identified it.
Yeah, if somebody with chaos alignment picks it up, they don't want to put it down.
And I could draw. I've been working on have been working on a new formula. It should break curses. I could test it out if you guys need.
I got an idea what to do with it.
You mean dunk it in the vat of holy water and hopefully it uncurses itself?
Why would
Put
I
it
do
in
that? Temple
could
puts
put
his
it-
plan B, it puts his plan B into the back into his vest.
Oh, typically, with an item like this, wouldn't we just put it in a vault?
I mean, it might be useful to someone who likes using axes. If it, the worst parts were made go away.
Oh, yes, it definitely would, but I was just going by Imperial protocol.
No idea what that is.
Timber, with exceptionally
Timbo
cursed
is.
heretical.
Hold on a second. Timbo, he's like on the other side of town, and he just in the back of his head, like gets the urge to tell somebody about Imperial protocol for no apparent reason.
His bureaucrat senses are tingling.
Yeah.
Poor mayor.
It's standard Imperial protocol that exceptionally heretical and exceptionally cursed items are locked away for everybody's safety. And even though I personally see the utility of an item like that if we can cleanse it, I wouldn't want to go against hardwired protocols for somebody like Timber.
I mean, does anyone really want to use the axe? I'm not using it.
I already have an axe and it works pretty well.
If somebody's close enough to me to use axes, I've been doing things very, 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 very wrong.
Well, Rose, one of your undead could use it.
This is true. Oh, speaking of which, So, in order to get the tank online, I had to rip the core out of Philippides, which means Philippides is functionally destroyed at the moment. Most of it is still intact. It'd need extensive repairs. The problem is, it takes a lot of mental load to keep a bone horror active and controlled. So if I were to be maintaining 2 of those at once, that would be extremely taxing, and my ability to perform in combat would be severely diminished. What I would like is to make some form of retrofit to the ship to supplant the role Philippides had with Atlas. Have Atlas perform as the power plant. I'm going to be honest, some of that engineering knowledge has been starting to fade. It's almost like I'm half dead or something.
I could take a look and see if I can retrofit the systems. It might not take long.
More than welcome to take a look.
I need access to a workshop for a couple things that I've been told to do anyway.
Oh, you'll find that the brig is fully outfitted. Any tool under the sun I've got down there.
That... I'm gonna be honest, that sounds like a trap.
Okay, if I was going to set a trap for you, would I use something as obvious as a brig?
Yes.
You
No,
were
she'd
literally...
She'd use the kobolds instead.
You were
Alexa's
literally
just going
inside...
to casually glance toward the ship being woven standard.
Okay, you were literally inside one of my minions for hours. If I wanted to trap you, I could have just instructed him not to open the loading ramp.
I mean, I guess. I mean, the ligaments there were kind of... I mean, I could see how to... Yeah, you could have. That would have been.
If I had ill
impossible to
intent for
escape.
you, would I be trying to hook you up with my dealer?
Oh.
Unless that was the
Oh,
trap
you-
all along.
Oh no, Orchid isn't a trap. He's very manly.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
No, I'm gonna go look at the ship. I'm gonna go look at the ship.
That boy is gonna make an excellent wife one day.
So, who's gonna be the one who collects the reward money?
Oh crap! I was gonna say I think Timber's handling that, but he can't count.
He'll get 8.
I will. As he just Snow just hands over the fishing rod to Rose. You're going to. I
Yeah,
am
go
capable.
check in on him. Go check in
I
on
am-
him. I'll handle this.
I am capable of counting without the use of my hands and toes.
Less talking, more walking. Go.
I'm pretty sure with how fast Snow is, if he decides to dart, he's already there.
Shows up and Gar's already waiting for him.
All right. So what exactly is your idea here? What is it that you're wanting to do?
Snow is going to make sure that the correct count of heads is paid for by the mayor.
Heads and survivors.
And survivors, yes.
All right. In that case, Timber, what are you doing with Mr. Mayor?
Oh, obviously, Timbo's gonna remove him from office and take him to the gate.
Timber, we need to discuss phrasing at some point.
I don't know. That phrasing sounds good.
Because Timbo wanted to show him what happens to the enemies of the Imperium.
All right. So you're taking him to the gate. He cannot stop you from taking him to the gate.
All right,
He is
so
capable
what?
of some things, not
Yeah.
that.
Probably screaming. Well, Timbo will take him to the gate. Sorry, had to sneeze. So he takes him to the gate, bulges through, and he's got even more heads out there. What are the condition of the demon skulls?
Just a quick thing here. I'm just picturing as Timber is carrying the mayor through the street, shaking the ground. When they pass the town guards are just like, my, what fine yet rustic architecture. They do not want any of that.
They do not.
Hey, look, the mayor's getting kidnapped. Bye, mayor.
I don't get paid enough for this.
We can always elect the new mayor.
All right, so once Timbo's out there, he's just gonna start adding to the nice little wall of display he made with the gnoll heads.
All right.
As you can see, this is what happens to the enemies of the Imperium. It took 4 Wolven to do this. Could you imagine what a platoon could do for your town?
I guess maybe a lot. That's
The subtitles could be a gentler tone to your town.
kind of funny.
Yeah. For those who don't know, subtitles do not understand Tiberian Jägermeister von Glorious Pokeball Wolfenstein.
Ford College in West London Dollars Book Awards tonight. That is your name now.
Wolven or specifically tailored fight against artificial intelligence.
Or natural sometimes.
Sorry, I'm interrupting a lot, but oh my god.
Tautelius, what's the mayo doing before we interrupted?
All right. Well, first of all, the mayor is quite obviously kind of freaking out.
Amber, put the mayor down.
But besides freaking
real
out,
quick, welcome back,
Go.
Conrad. We've got Conrad joining to do art again.
oh
Welcome back.
yes, welcome back.
Put the mayor down. Sentences I never thought I'd hear for 100, Bob.
Timber will blink and go, Paul phrasing. Timber will set him down. By not dropping him this time.
Yes, this does appear to be quite a lot of what are these? He's like whispering to Snow.
Gnoll heads. The
Oh,
what?
he-
The bout?
No. Timber took him out to the field of dead demon bodies.
Oh,
He doesn't know what these are.
oh, these were the dead demons that apparently the Wolven defended this town against. Yeah.
They did not breach your defenses because the Kaiser's finest died, ensuring they did not. There was countless demons versus 3 of them. You probably hold the cannon fire.
There was quite the noise going on, but at least I was not personally sure what was going on.
Well, I believe there was an arrangement for gnoll heads for tribute.
Indeed, there was.
As Snow will just guide them where they were supposed to go for the gnoll heads, because we weren't being paid for the demons.
Oh, give him his moment.
Timber needs to intimidate.
This is not exactly the hardest man to intimidate. I'm literally not even having Timber roll for this because there is no need. There is 0% need for Timber to actually roll on this intimidate.
Remember, Rose is his size and was able to intimidate him just by arriving.
This is
And
not a brave man.
as soon as Temple leaves, he's gonna have to roll for PTSD.
I thought you were going to say he has to roll for peeing his pants.
Well, yeah, remember, these are rabbits. You might have to roll for cardiac arrest.
I mean, he is a
Yes.
conquest paladin. He might take damage if he's literally frightened of Timble.
Yeah, you can literally just kill a rabbit by scaring it.
I mean, Timble does actual damage to people if people are afraid of him.
All right. So basically, Snow, you're taking him back to the basically back to the town hall.
Yes, wherever the heck we stashed the people and the heads.
Okay, so you're turning in the heads in particular right now. Cool. In that case, basically on a I'm trying to like, it's not quite a barracks, but it's effectively the guard barracks. It isn't extremely large, so it's not like a full-on barracks, but it is where the guards stay during the day, kind of like when they're on shift but aren't actively out patrolling. But it isn't like a place where they sleep.
It's the guardhouse.
Yeah. So, you know, whatever that actually is called.
It's Puppy's False Gold Hut.
The guard station.
Yeah. It's like a station. It's basically the equivalent of a police station, yeah.
Yeah, Puppy's False Gold Hut.
Yeah. But basically because there's actual like there's effectively like a training ground there as well. They took the rescued people and all that there because it actually has like, you know, room and space and is at least partially closed off from just being with the rest of the town.
So there was a good number of people that we were able to rescue, as well as the entire gnoll camp no longer exists.
Wait, the entire encampment?
Yes.
Better?
Unlike him, I'm capable of counting past into double digits, even triple digits occasionally.
He knows too much.
It's gone. Completely and utterly wiped out. I think the twins decided to keep one of the big hyena things and as a pet. Not my problem.
Which they're trying to get on the ship now.
They aren't gonna let that walk around, right?
Just a quick question, because Rose would have been walking the same direction that Snow had bolted off after.
Yep.
She knows there's no way she'd be able to keep up with him walking on foot, and she's not going to be flying, not while she's, you know, precariously dangling a heavily cursed axe. Because you don't want that to fall 5 stories onto somebody's head.
Probably would have a bad result, yes.
Yeah.
Or it falling into somebody's hands.
Yeah, so she's walking their direction, so whenever she gets there.
So,
All right.
yes, I believe there was well over 100 people that we rescued.
Originally there was, but that was including the cultists as well, of which they have been effectively told, get the fuck out. So now there's a little bit less than that, but, you know, still a good number.
Well, there might be 100 or so people that we were able to rescue, and, well, hundreds of heads.
Oh, okay. So, I'm I do think that I shall start at least counting the people that you've rescued, and where you said hundreds of heads. I don't know where to tell you to put hundreds of heads, but
You can, well, we can count
I
them.
know
and
well! Timbo marches away.
You can just dig a hole and bury them. Or use them as crab bait.
Timbo's marching off. He wants to build that wall again.
yeah, you
Oh,
have fun
he's
there.
doing this. He's doing the Spartan style. Make a wall out of corpses.
The twins are just marching their new pet down the street to the ship. They'll keep him from biting at any rabbits, because they can just lift him into the air and stuff.
Oh, yeah, speaking of pets, by the way, the new recruit, Rose would have left him in Gar's care.
All right, Gar, you are now babysitting another gnoll.
Oh,
Figured that would reduce the culture shock. Has somebody there to help him through the process.
and for whatever reason, they decided to show mercy to one of the gnolls. Gar's looking after them. And that we made sure that the chieftain is very dead, and they're now Rose's new toy. Don't ask too many questions on that.
Just say we
Oh,
took
no.
a poison off.
Yeah, I see that roll.
All right. Just real quick, Alexi, what was that roll for?
Oh, was Alexi making the roll? I thought that was how Darius making a roll after Snow mentioned new toy.
Nah, that was someone rolling in the tower.
I also still take umbrage to it, saying that that's untrained. That is most assuredly trained.
I don't know, that plus 18, that might not be trained. You should probably train.
Choo choo.
Speaking of which, I need to check a thing real quick here. I'll use the tower myself. Okay, so it
Remember,
does.
we might be a level
that
higher
properly.
than your sheet reflects. I still can't add my class.
I don't know what's going on with it. I mean, I kind of do, but like I even updated before this, so it's weird.
We can figure it out later.
Yep. All right. So Lexi, yep, you will be working on that,
And also repairing my gun, and also
a litany.
starting work on the cannon gear.
Kanonengewehr. Yes.
Worth noting, if any of that has to do with Alexi investigating what's left of Philippides, yeah, it'd be very evident that something was violently ripped out of it from the spherical-shaped empty space at the core of it, and the dry rotted wood in a perfect circle around it. She wasn't exactly gentle. She needed that core immediately.
I'm gonna step away for a moment. Just have Temple stacking pikes out front.
He's having fun playing Lego.
The woven Lego set.
See, I'm just picturing the catacombs in France. Or
Pretty
the catacombs
much.
of Paris.
Yeah, that's called woven feng shui.
All right. As for the mayor, he's sort of just like counting the people at this point because he's really not sure where to tell you to gather a bunch of heads. Because yeah, no, normally they're used to people bringing in like 2 or 3 heads if they're lucky, and like that can kind of just be like quickly dealt with. But yeah, no, if you're bringing in a couple of hundred, they don't have a good place dedicated for that.
Yeah, the occasional lucky hunter or a visiting adventurer picking off a scouting party.
Yeah, it's like they do not have facilities for this.
They might not have the money for it either.
That is a concern that's been at the back of my mind for a while, actually.
Mm-hmm. We rescued a lot of people, and there's a lot of heads. It's more the people. The people are a lot.
Hey, I have an idea for what to do with all the gnoll heads. The altar to Hades, it's gonna need a refurbishment, right? Wouldn't a wall of skulls of your enemies behind the altar just bring the room together?
I think that I will be taking your opinion on that, given I wouldn't know, nor would I presume to.
Wait, is this Tiberian speaking or the mayor speaking?
This is the mayor.
Okay, so Rose has arrived.
Yeah.
That was out of character.
I was imagining. Oh, okay. I thought she was just commenting on.
Okay, that was out of character, but fuck it, it's in character now.
Yep. Because as I was trying to say, he's just going to be doing that for a little bit, and then he came in with that comment, so I was just like, okay, yep.
I mean, it's your altar, your religion. My altar's easier. It's just a tavern over there.
Look, death comes for all. It's inevitable. So, to have a wall facade made entirely out of the heads of things which many people in this town thought to be unkillable for ages, it sends a message. Even gods can bleed.
Also, don't touch the axe that one is dragging. It's cursed.
This is what the chieftain was using.
Is it as cursed as the thing that's in Conrad's or on Conrad's screen right now? Because I'm slightly horrified.
Oh, he's just gotten some work done. Little plastic surgery, nothing major. Just get nipped and tucked. And then nipped and tucked, and then nipped and tucked.
That's what the chieftain looks like right now.
Well, Rose, Tip was kind of using the heads as a thing out front right now. You're going to have to ask him. Hello?
Yep.
Hello.
Oh.
Hello.
Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, I heard what you said.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
I mean, they're gonna need a few more days of food and rest before they really do anything.
Yeah, they were being driven hard without food for quite a while. Speaking of which, were you aware of the cult activities on this island?
There were at least a couple of rumors of some strange people being around, but cult, no, not a cult.
The cult of Traumerixine was present on this island. I say was because after the 3 Wolven who were with us fended off half of their attack, and us holding the defenses held up the other half, they were put on the back foot. I delivered a message directly from other powerful figures basically telling them to get the Tartarus off of this island immediately. To the best of my understanding, those that are still alive took the hint. If they do come back, just reach out to us. I will gladly come back and massacre them a second time.
Well, that is indeed good news. How am I supposed to contact you?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Sorry, we've been working with people who have the means to contact people anywhere in the world with as little as a name, so just use a sending scroll. You do know how to use a sending scroll, right?
I can find out.
Or have someone that can.
How did you ever get elected mayor? I'm genuinely confused.
I am the mayor of one town. What use would I have for sending scrolls?
Sending scrolls are an essential piece of kit for any form of diplomacy.
What diplomacy do you think we do here? We have some very minor trade relations that don't require instant communication.
You know, I'm beginning to see how it is that our farm was the only one that actually had any form of industry connected to it. Speaking of sending scrolls, well, those trade relations. Are there any courier ships currently available or with future planned routes in the immediate future?
Well, yes, considering we were considering sending off quite a few ships for attempting to purchase some local, well, local isn't the local area, harvests.
Well, that is a good idea. Are there any courier ships headed to Relago? I have a small package that I need to delivered on the fastest means possible.
I don't believe any are, but maybe you should talk to the dockmaster about that one. I don't know. I only know where I was planning on sending ships specifically to try and trade for more goods. I don't know about any of the other or more regular things with that. That is more left to the dockmaster.
Well, the reason I'm asking you is because I would need a figure of authority's signature on it in order to make sure that it gets through customs as quickly as possible. I need to get it to the prince's hands as fast as I can.
I'm quite sure that something can be done if you do find a ship going that way.
Then I guess my next stop is the docks. After, I need to go talk to Orchid.
The mayor is in fact going to go. Yes, I do think I need to have a talk with him as well.
Yeah, I gotta make sure to talk to the person who actually runs the town.
Well, he doesn't actually run the town or anything. He just has a small deal of local influence, and I find myself in need of one of his services.
Mm-hmm. Also, Alexi asking in chat how fireproof is the brig?
It really does depend about how much fire you're talking about, but the answer is very.
Well,
And how many skeletons are in the brig at the current time?
yeah, Eraton. If you if you click on images on the right, one of the images is the new ship. That'll give you an overview, so you know what you're working with.
Yep.
I'm actually loading it myself right now.
Well, that probably doesn't take long. I'm pretty sure Temple comes back from arranging heads.
Yeah, the brig is towards the bow section on the lowest deck. That should be the top right of the image when you load it. Bear in mind, most of those cages are completely filled with bones. But yeah, all those shelves there, it is a fully kitted out workshop. In fact, when I was equipping it, I went out of my way to purchase one of every single toolkit in the game. All the basic toolkits, I bought one of each of them and then just said those are now installed in the workshop. So Taldarius can never say I don't have the specialty tool I need for XYZ.
Unless it's like a custom-made tool for a custom-made thing.
Yeah, if it's some special proprietary exotic stuff, then I would need a specialty tool. But for any basic crafting, basic manipulation, if you can't find the right tool, then you don't belong in that workshop. Bear in mind that on the desk directly adjacent to that, you would find a lot of Rosalia's schematics, blueprints, and a couple half-finished projects. The projects are equal parts metal and bone. And yes, she does draw blueprints for undead creations. She's still an engineer at heart.
All right. Also, the mayor, Timber, I did hear you say that you did go off, counted up all the heads, put them. When I say counted up, I mean like organize the heads.
Yeah.
All right. So the mayor would go and look at it. Probably shivering lightly as he counts up the heads. Especially considering some of these are in not good condition.
Yeah, there's some brains leaking out.
They are rather fresh. But also not fresh enough that it is very gross. Because these are day-old decapitated heads.
That were sitting in the rain.
Yeah.
At least the rain washed away the blood.
And upon seeing all of that, he is then rushing off towards Oregon.
Okay, Rose will be following. Since Snow is there, she will be returning the fishing rod with the axe to Snow.
Yeah, okay.
Snow, you are now on cursed axe duty again.
You want me just to start walking this thing to the temple thingy of yours?
Well, Alexei seems to think that he can cleanse it, so let's give him a shot.
Storyteller?
Yes?
While everybody runs off, Temple's going to give one final salute to the area where he boned his men.
Understandable.
And then he'll try to catch up with the group.
Unfortunately, you are slow. Fortunately, they are not sprinting, so you can still, kind of keep pace and catch up a bit.
Chunk, 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 chunk.
Also, I feel like the mayor is too fat to hop, so he has to run normally.
He waddles.
He has a little spring in his step, but he's not hopping.
The blubble bounce.
The blubber bounce. Oh my god. Just looks more like skipping than hopping.
Every now and again you hear.
The ground
You
shakes.
get
That
the
means he
feeling he
tripped.
does not move fast very often. As he gets to the outside of the bar, stops for a second to catch his breath, and make sure that his clothes are presentable before then going inside.
You're gonna give yourself a coronary.
How does one obtain this? Also, what is that?
When your heart
Coronary.
stops.
The coronaries are the arteries that. It's part of the heart. So saying that somebody is having a coronary means they are having a heart malfunction. Heart attack.
My heart is always attacking.
I have this one, Rose. Your heart stops working.
Oh, so they just take the bucket. Okay.
Timber is no longer interested.
I'm pretty sure my heart's always attacking, though.
Well, Timber, somebody dying from a forced march, surely that's not something new to you.
No. I have never seen a wolven die of mulching.
Well, not a wolven, but he's not a wolven. He is Fluffy Bunny. Still feels weird.
I dealt with wolven. I've seen them march with things through their chest. Oh, fine.
Anyways. To the bar.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the bear could only see just Timber thumping a log and that there's snow with the cursed axe just in front of Timber flopping back and forth.
All right.
Come on, Timber, follow the heresy.
This is bait.
All right, Rose, are you gonna follow the mare inside after a little bit?
Oh yeah, because she has to talk to Orchid too.
All right. As you walk in, you do see Orchid and the mare already talking, just like over the bar, and or as you walk in, Orchid throws a sly grin and a wink your way.
Oh, this just gets better.
Would you like to try and listen in?
Yeah, she's gonna eavesdrop a bit.
All right, go ahead and roll that perception.
Yeah, just gotta find the right tab here.
Timbo just blocks
Oh,
one
shoot,
of the
I gotta add the
windows
plus
as he
2.
looks in.
Boop. Burning Fortune. I guess it's just a loud bar.
Fortunately, that one's better.
Yeah.
Yep. Also, you would have had the +2 still anyway, so that does help. Now, you aren't able to catch the entire conversation, but you kind of get the gist of it. Mr. Mayor, does not have enough liquid cash to pay you guys right now.
Oh my god, I knew it. He's got to take out a loan from the mafia boss.
So he's taking out a loan from the helpful local bar owner who happens to have a lot of liquid cash. For the number that you catch, you suddenly understand why perhaps he needs to take out a small loan. Because here, look in Ascent to Ascent chat.
Let's take a look. See.
Let me. Yeah. What's the number?
11,875 gold is what you guys need. Is what you guys are owed. Meaning,
Yeah.
he doesn't have that directly on hand, and he requires a small loan immediately. To which Orchid kind of half expected this, so he made sure to have money ready and is effectively payday loaning the mayor right now.
Oh yeah. Yeah. See, Orchid, he was betting on black.
He kind of figured that even if you guys died, you wouldn't die permanently for real, and even if you did, you would take down a lot of them doing it, so...
He has ways to collect the collateral damage after the fight.
Yeah.
I'm sure that he has a few sneaky people on payroll that could sneak in, round up a few corpses, and then sneak back out.
Oh, yeah. So, he made sure to have some liquid capital on hand, because he knew damn well the town couldn't pay you guys.
And again, you see who's actually running the town. Which is going to make what I'm about to do. Which is going to make what I'm about to do even more awkward. But she's going to wait until the mayor's no longer in earshot to do it.
Yeah, he kind of looks pale from the rate he's going to be paying, but he figures that is a lot safer than doing things like stiffing the bill of the people who killed all of those demons and all of these gnolls.
Telling the adventurers no is a good way to get raised.
Yeah, so he doesn't particularly want that, and so, high price though it may be, and this may be the monetary equivalent of highway robbery, he doesn't have too much of a choice.
I mean, it's not a highway robbery when they put up the bill.
Oh, no. The interest rate that Orchid is making them pay. Now that might be some highway robbery.
This is why you never short stocks. You have the potential for infinite losses.
See? Tempo knows how to do business. He just had to show him stuff.
See, when you short stocks, you're betting on a business to fail. When you put up a bounty higher than how much you have in liquid capital to pay the entire bounty, you're betting on adventurers to fail that as well. One moment. Where is it? Not diplomacy, Oh, deception isn't a thing. Bluff? Yeah, bluff definitely fits. Okay, I'm gonna say that no, Rose cannot contain the grin. She is thoroughly enjoying this. This is the cherry on top of her revenge sundae.
All right, so you're approaching Orchid?
Once he's done talking to the mayor, yeah.
Yeah. Like I said, the mayor was walking off and looking a little bit pale.
Yeah, careful, Mayor. You go any wider, people are going to wonder why you don't have pink eyes.
He is not responding as he is shuffling away very quickly.
And when Rose approaches, she's going around the bar, so she's standing behind it next to him. So, Orchid, before we discuss anything else, would you kindly specify face or gut?
Well, first, since you're back here, he's going to throw an apron on you. You have to wear that before you do anything else.
Making
Besides,
me
I
look
have a
back at my
pretty
skills
face.
page.
Besides, I have a pretty face. Go with gut.
Now I'm going back to the actions tab again. How dare you? Ah, the apron threw me off.
Enchanted apron.
So I'm assuming he's able to dodge. I'm assuming he's able to dodge. Yeah, I'm assuming he's able to dodge that. To be fair, I'm attempting a ranged attack at point blank.
Yeah. And he's just kind of gonna, you know, raise one eyebrow at you.
Why, on the gods' green earth, did you not warn me in advance that Hypnosis' son was present in that camp?
Storyteller?
Oh, go ahead.
Well, Temple saw a strike, and he is desperately trying to squeeze through the door right now.
There is slight cracking noises.
Rose goes to cast a Ghost Strike at his gut, gets the apron thrown on her face, ends up just hitting the bar instead.
Mostly because, honestly, it doesn't matter that much.
We used heavy artillery. Do you have any idea the shitstorm all of us would be in for if he had caught a stray?
Not much one of all, considering that, worst came to worst, so long as he brought the body back, I would have just revived him. I mean, sure, it would have been a little bit expensive, but it's not that big of a deal. Besides, you didn't feel like asking.
It doesn't matter if you can revive him. If he's dead for even a few minutes, I'm already boned.
Just gonna note, out of character, he said I would revive him. Not I would have him revived.
Oh, I've already figured that Orchid's pretty high level.
Oh, don't worry. If you had to revive him, you know who he'd be floating on with.
So, fuckery aside, what is he even doing here?
What, is he supposed to live somewhere else?
Well, no, he's involved with you, so I'm immediately suspicious.
I mean, on one paw, very fair. On the other hand, Rose, you've known me for so long. I'm so hurt.
Exactly. I've known you for long enough to know that 50% of your activities are nefarious.
I do strike a good balance.
Uh-huh. Just don't lose him again. Because at this point, I am actually genuinely curious how he ended up in that camp in the first place. That seems like the kind of person that you'd want to keep tabs on.
Now, you see, I do. It's just that, he as far as I can tell, he kind of decided one day he wanted to go take a nap in the woods. And you try getting between him and a place that he has designated as his napping spot.
They're called shackles.
Okay, look, they aren't very determined about many things. But if they have decided they want to sleep somewhere in particular, they are going to sleep there in particular.
Well, at least the forest is a lot safer now than it was before. Speaking of safety, there's something else I wanted to discuss. How actively are you recruiting?
For this or for that?
For any of your businesses?
Well, I'm always hiring for something.
Due to previous events and interactions, we ended up with a large number of war orphans that are serving on our ship as crew. Given that many of them are teenagers or youths, I wouldn't want to see them coming to undue harm, and things have been ramping up on the front line. Things are only going to get more dangerous for us, and the less children that are in the way, the better. These are, well, street urchins. They've already been started along the path to careers such as yours. Feel like they could benefit from having a good mentor. And the danger they would face under your employ is a lot less than they'd face on a warship.
I have a question. Are the
Yeah.
orphans hair folk?
They're a pretty even smattering across the board. Humans,
Temple calls up to the
tieflings,
group.
there's an orc.
The orphans aren't from here.
Yeah, the orphans are not from here. They are from a different island, specifically a very multicultural one.
So, you're going to put orphans into care of encouraging theft.
Did you miss the part where I said street urchins? They already made their decision. The reason why they were in the situation they were in was because they fled from the orphanages because they rejected that life.
I'm just getting to the point here. You're going to have people try to do less than legal things that will stick out at a sore thumb in a community that is basically hair folk.
Hey, Orchid, how many
Yeah.
people in your employ? How many people in your employ aren't hair folk?
Do you mean on Lagos or elsewhere?
I believe that answers the questions now.
I
Look,
mean, look, maybe
you're not-
I don't leave Lagos directly, but I don't really need to, so...
Look, you're not going to erase the dark part of those kids. They've already embraced it. They aren't getting rid of it. The best you can do is cultivate it into something productive. As Orchid said, he strikes a balance.
Mentally, I'm also going to put out, it was the orphans' choice to join our ship. This wouldn't be their choice to join Orchid.
You misunderstand me, Gar. I don't plan on forcing anything on them. I'll merely present them with the option. If all of them reject it, then all of them reject it. No harm, no foul.
You should give the orphans the choice first before.
At what point in time did I say any of this was a sure thing? I'm presenting Orchid with the option. I will then present them with the option if he's okay with it. Why would I get their hopes up?
Oh, Zelia's leadership skills are improving. I'm so proud of all.
Well, as one of those orphans that decided to rise above, no offense, Orchid, your employee. Don't get me wrong, I learned a few things, but chose a different path.
Yeah, Tell me, Snow, how open is that path when you're dead?
At least it was their choice.
And if they decide, if Orchid's willing, and some of them make that choice, it will again be their choice.
I mean,
Besides, you run it past Timber.
Besides, just real quick, I would take it from him most of all about the whole choosing your own path thing. I mean, he's pretty experienced with that, so.
So
As
is that
he's,
you saying no?
kind of pointing over at Snow.
So is that you saying no?
No, I'm just saying, I got uses for them. But I will say that he is, he does actually have some experience with what he's talking about, so.
I merely want to present them with an option to choose a course of life that is slightly less dangerous than the one that they're currently on. I'm not planning on forcing anybody into anything, so I don't understand where these objections are coming from.
I mean, I
The
wasn't
option.
actually objecting. I was just pointing out that he has some experience with this.
The choice between death or less reputable employment, no offense. There
I
must
wish
be
it were
other.
Hermes, so I don't know what's supposed to be offensive to me about that.
Don't know anything about that. Snow has
He's,
no knowledge of religion. Snow has no knowledge of religion.
Yeah, I think his god is like of thievery and adventure or something, or
Commerce.
traveling.
A whole smattering of things.
Yeah.
I mean, at
Which
least
is-
I don't steal directly. I don't need to when I could just charge exorbitant rates.
Yeah, speaking of which, what was the interest rate on that loan you just gave out?
Do you want monthly or year over year?
Let's go with the monthly.
Oh, monthly 12.5.
I think I might need to go have a talk with Typhon. There's a contender for the crown.
He didn't have to say yes.
That is
Storyteller.
true.
Yes.
While this conversation's going on, Temple wants to do one last detect chaos on Orchid, and after that, he wishes to ask the Kaiserin if she finds this person useful.
Oh no.
He's as useful as a Swiss Army knife. What are you talking about?
It's Temple.
Is this person useful? Is he doing stuff against the Kaiserin?
Not at the moment. At least I hope he isn't.
You don't know his dealings.
That's why I said hope.
Hope is always a good thing to have.
Remember, crying is a free action.
Crying is a free action.
I am not Furry.
Oh, you're very
All right.
expensive, hence the loan.
All right. So you are attempting to detect chaos on Orchid.
Yes.
Well, let's see.
Well, detect chaos walks in a area of effect, so any chaotic creatures, bonk.
You'll detect the axe.
Yeah.
Yeah. However, you are able to. So basically, it goes out in a sort of cone.
Yeah.
It's not like a 360-degree AOE. It's more of like a 90-degree.
Yeah.
So long as the axe isn't directly there.
But I mean, yeah, definitely he's doing it with focus being on Orchid. Yeah.
All right. In that case, this time you would successfully ping.
Okay.
You would have to spend more rounds concentrating on that, but you would notice the presence of chaos.
All right.
Lowercase c
And
chaos.
yeah. And then he's gonna ask the Kaizoran if she finds him useful.
All right. Go ahead and roll a knowledge religion. Oh yeah, he is useful.
Timber's just gonna reach in his vest and start scribbling on something while they're having their conversation.
Yep. Most people on the board that are useful to Kaizoran sees as pawn. In his case, he's a rook.
You're bold to assume that Timbo knows anything about chess. The only thing I know about chess is you sacrifice the knight. Oh, I'm the knight.
Don't worry, you're not the knight. The other pieces have already been sacrificed.
Something, Kaizoran's Gambit, the Woven Knight. I'm sure she's real good at that game.
Also, unfortunately, I have done a dumb, and I've kind of forgotten what was happening before that check. So, what was happening before that check, guys?
We were negotiating whether or not Orchid would be willing to employ any of the orphans that are willing to leave the ship's crew.
Ah, yes.
So,
Orchid is basically just doing the equivalent of like just leaning against his bar, waiting to see where this will go.
So, Timber, as this town has been liberated, it would stand to reason that we would want to leave a security force here. I am thinking about leaving some of the conscripts here on a voluntary basis.
That would be a good idea.
See, he knows how to phrase things, the Timber.
They always do need something, at least until we can receive reinforcements. I was going to ask you how much you trust this guy, but even I can see you trust him.
Well, see, how best to put it? He's a loose cannon, but anywhere the cannon could end up aiming is still towards the enemy.
Timbo's gonna put his gauntlet down on the table and scoot over Seal to Orchid. This is a mark of the Inquisition. It might help you if the Imperium shows up.
Ooh, neat.
Do not make me regret this.
It's basically a mark of Caesar. It lets you talk to those in charge.
Yeah, if you run into Wolven wearing black, just avoid them. They'll probably try to beat you, but if you see ones with red stripes or cape or these little dingle dangles that I got on my cape, those ones are the ones in charge.
Oh, neat.
The ranks he just specified are the stormtroopers and the officers. The stormtroopers only know kill and slaughter the enemy.
They execute orders.
Well, it sounds like they execute
And
more than
enemies.
orders, but okay.
I was about to make that joke, but you beat me to it.
We were tripping over ourselves to make that joke.
That's Temple will smile. That's kind of the joke I was going for. I remember being a Kriegsmarine. Life was so easy.
Where you had to make decisions and work alongside heretics.
I mean, I didn't have to do that before this. Well, I guess you could say I walked alongside a lot of heretics, but we're trying to kill each other. Well, I was trying to keep them dead because they were undead.
We'll just phrase it as a highly competitive work environment with a very high turnover rate.
I'm used to walking with more artillery, yeah.
So I guess all that
Well,
remains...
if nothing else, it's good you're having an interesting time there, Rose.
There is never a dull day on that ship, much to my chagrin. You know, you'd think being a necromancer is boring, but when you have several people that like to steal your supplies and one person who likes to eat them, it's difficult.
There was nothing dull on that ship, I can guarantee you. Even Grug makes ball sharp.
This is true. He managed to sharpen a ball. I'm not even joking.
I don't quite know how you'd go about actually doing that one, but good for him.
Well, you want to take a look? I mean, if we're going to be talking to the orphans, then it would help if you were there in person.
What, do you want me to make the sales pitch too?
Well, I'd be willing to make the sales pitch. It's just, given their lives up to this point, they'd be strongly suspicious that I'm just ditching them if I didn't actually have the person there with me.
Here's your new orphanage.
I mean, I got better things to do, but also potential for new recruits, so like...
If you really, if you really need, we can wait until after the end of your shift. I'm sure you've got plenty of rumors left to overhear today. There's going to be a lot circulating. There's definitely going to be a lot of chatter circulating, considering the massive upheaval that we've created.
Mm-hmm. Alright, well... I could go on a small jaunt.
Well, if we're going right now, then. I was just going to say you know which ship is ours and just whenever you want to swing by. We're going to be in dock for a while. The ship needs a retrofit before we can ship out.
Well, yeah, but if I'm gonna recruit them, I might as well recruit them early, so that way, you know, I can put them to work as fast as possible.
Guess so long as you're not being a slave driver.
Awkward
I don't really
silence.
have a use. I mean, they're just so uneconomical. Very
Roselia,
poor business.
I would still, before we ship off, I would like to at least look at that one cave Orchid was telling us about. Make sure that these guys really did
That
leave.
is actually a very good call.
Of course it was a good call. The Kaiser was pulling on my neck this entire time.
I mean, I suggested that an hour ago.
Yeah, but no one listens to you.
Yeah, would you believe me if I said that I actually didn't? Yeah. Sorry about that. I have a lot on my mind right now.
We were listening. And no, she doesn't.
Okay, there's a difference between having partitioned thoughts and not having any thoughts at all.
With where we're going, we don't need thoughts.
Yeah, Rose actually has had a lot on her mind right now. She's thinking about how best to handle the altar being remodeled. She's been thinking about the ship remodel, running schematics through in her head, contemplating whether or not Alexi's actually be any good at helping with that. She's been contemplating whether or not a shrine to the Kaiser should be made where the 3 Wolven fell. And she's been dreading the upcoming appointment with her boss, and also impatiently thinking about when would be the best opening to take an excursion down below to not only confront all of the gnolls that we recently killed, but to say goodbye to our dad.
And don't forget the granary.
Yeah, she has a lot going on.
Roselia,
Yeah.
what are your plans with your so-called granary?
As much as I hate it, it was legally transferred.
Oh, we
I
could
mean,
absolutely reacquire it.
not like we couldn't afford it right now.
We definitely could afford it. I was just thinking about old Bagel Buddy. I did promise him to get him a place where he can keep baking bread. And you know, one of the important parts of bread and circus is, well, the bread.
And it is a granary, so he'd be right there at the source.
I'm pretty
That's-
sure if somebody brought one of those loaves to the Kaiser, and she would really enjoy making sure this island is secured.
Alright. So, Orchid, how much did you buy the estate for?
I thought you'd never ask.
Yeah, she did. That was a shot in the dark, but she had her suspicions.
Don't worry, it was only 11,875 gold.
Now, would you like to pay in cash, credit, or favor?
We're already doing favors for you.
Well, yes. However, you could literally quite never have too many favors.
You say that, but you've never run into the Fae before.
Temple gives a look at Roselia.
Well, am I wrong, Timber?
You can't see it, but it looks like actually you can probably just see the strain.
Perfect example. See that dog that wasn't there a second ago?
No,
Now
I
just
do
you
not.
mentioning this-
Don't!
just from...
Censored!
That's what happens merely
Redacted!
from mentioning them. Now imagine one of them owes you a favor and really does not like having that favor over their head.
That sounds like a them problem.
That sounds
It
like you're
very-
not killing them enough.
It very rapidly becomes a problem for the favor holder.
Arr?
But anyway, your place was actually going for quite the cheap part, mostly because the raids were kicking up and all that, so they kind of just wanted some money really fast, and no one particularly wanted it that much because, well, no one thought that they would actually be able to run and take care of the place while also paying the property taxes on it. So I actually got it for pretty cheap.
Still waiting on a number.
What? I'm not going to tell you how much I actually paid for it. If you want to know how much it's worth, now that's different.
Yeah, I think
The twins are going to the...
You know, boys.
The twins are going to the town hall.
Yeah, so actually I was about to say, it's like, you do realize that as a previous owner, I am legally entitled to go to town hall and just access those records, right?
Well, I mean, you can. But that implies my name's actually on those records.
I would just need to see who it was that bought it.
Okay, you have fun with that.
Doesn't
Name
even
on the
need to
deed is-
have.
Just because it's not your name on it doesn't mean that it doesn't have a number on it. I'm just wanting to know what ballpark we're working in here.
Roselia,
Yes.
I'm not really good with numbers and stuff, but I'm pretty sure we do need currency. One more favor will not hurt. And I'm pretty sure this man is resourceful enough to call for us when he needs aid.
Fine. Put it down as a favor.
Your favor, not mine.
All right, putting it down as a favor. In that case, he's going to reach into one of his pockets and pull out a rolled up piece of paper and toss it your way.
I'm assuming it's the deed.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Timber, you're going to want to give this to Veska.
Timber takes it, adds it to his handy-dandy Imperial grade drawing holder.
Backpack, 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 backpack.
Well, at least this paper's a lot lighter than the stuff I'm used to walking with.
Yeah, hairfolk documents tend to be small and lightweight because the hairfolk are small and lightweight.
Makes sense.
Well, having a state for Veska to operate out of, I'm assuming that he'd be overjoyed with it. Also does mean that any of the orphans presented with the option of moving here would have a familiar face and a ostensibly safe place that they could go to, which would make it an easier decision on their part.
Plus, with someone as capable as a bread guy, who's not a wizard, because we redacted that part, he could keep them safe and get them out of trouble if trouble were to arise, like the bread.
Yeah, on that note, Orchid, just, friendly heads up. Veska is a very capable person. don't try to play him.
Well, I mean, I don't exactly try to play people.
Bullshit.
No, I play situations. The people,
Semantics.
The semantics are everything.
Encourage,
know what you-
twist, manipulate.
I don't know what you guys are talking about. He's just a bake-all.
I've never met him.
Nothing else. Just
Yeah.
a bake-all. A very good
Yes,
bake-all.
Yes, he's just a very skilled baker.
Letting everything rise to the top.
Uh-huh. Anyways, just going to toss the apron onto Orchid's head. All right, let's go.
Timbo begins crawling out.
I guess Snow will, once everyone leaves, Snow will be dragging the axe behind him, probably towards the ship, because he wants to get rid of this thing.
Oh, right. One last thing before we head out. So, I said that I owe you a drink, right?
Sure.
Because the lieutenant.
Yes. I mean, if you want to buy me a drink now or later, matters not.
Well, yeah, just grab something off the shelf. Orchid, you can bill me later.
Mid-shelf wine. He's gonna basically grab a bottle of like mid-shelf wine. He's not the expensive stuff, but not the cheap stuff either.
B-Twins, that's how a credit line is supposed to work.
Only a credit line still has interest.
She's still salty about that, by the way.
Look, I know you're rich right now, and I could go to the top shelf, but no.
Besides, some fine wine, which is the more mid-shelf stuff compared to other stuff, is only like 10 gold. So
Yeah. You know, Snow, you're being humble, and the meek shall inherit the earth. Some heretic said that once.
Lies.
That sounds
I
like
said
something.
heretic.
That's something that was probably taught to me if I paid any attention at the monastery. Eh.
Once Timbo gets out, he'll like jump to his feet and dust himself off.
And he's just gonna point around. You're going to either love it or hate it there. Timber, I already know you're gonna hate it there. Twins, wherever you are, probably hate it.
Are the twins still going to the town hall?
I mean, originally they were taking their Hyenodon pet to the ship, but nothing ever happened with that, so... Rosalia having that resolved, I guess not.
So apparently Alexi's been posting in chat, and we've been sleeping on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a few scenes that have been slept on.
Previous thing that he said was, I think this might be the third best furnace I've seen on a ship. Goodness, I might be able to work adamant in this. And the most recent one was, meanwhile on the ship, okay, I've managed to replace the bellows with a mechanism that Toch can use to increase airflow by 205%. I'm pretty sure I can get this baby up to 2,500 standard thermal units within an hour of it firing up. The period in that sentence threw off my cadences. How dare you?
I actually wasn't sure that period was actually there until it was posted, because there's some crud on my monitor. I thought that was what it was.
If it makes you feel any better, I actually did scrape my monitor a little bit there before saying anything, because I was worried it might be crud on my monitor. It's a cognito hazard. It's the crud
Clean
period.
your monitors, people.
It is clean. It is clean.
All right, so what are we doing next?
I think we're heading to the ship because I don't really want to drag this really cursed thing and someone have the brilliant idea to try to steal it.
Yeah.
Just chuck it in my quarters. No one's allowed in there.
No, I have an idea what to do with the axe. Give it to the dragon.
There you go. There you go. Give it to the dragon. Have the dragon put it inside the mimic chest. So somebody thinks that they've managed to defeat the mimic, and haha, look at this treasure. Oh no, it's cursed.
No, you can't do that. Because that would be equipping the mimic. Just put it in the hoard.
Quick question. Cake and cup. Could you hold that in one of your little fancy bags without being corrupted?
We can find somewhere to stash it.
I just want to keep it handy.
Yeah, I would have offered to store it in Svefenthorn, but he's designed so that he can pull stuff out of the bag. So I don't know if that would count as equipping it on him, and I don't want to find out.
Or we could let Alexei try to uncurse this thing.
Alexi's on the ship. We are headed to the ship.
Yes. Because I don't think a dragon's going to really want a really cursed item in their treasure hoard.
It's called a booby trap.
Honestly, I was just thinking if things got really desperate, the twins could just chuck it at me and I could buy you guys some time.
Let's keep that firmly somewhere in Plan D territory.
That high up?
You don't want to know what Plan E is.
That's egress. Timbo marches to the boat.
Egress is sufficiently vague.
Plan D, because Timber is on a ticking clock.
Alright, so heading to the ship.
Alright. So, yes. Alexia, do you want to make some actual craft checks for the stuff you're doing, or is that just, a narrative funsies?
Also, has Snow seen the ship yet?
A little bit.
Yeah, I
He's
think so.
he's seen the outside of it. He hasn't been on the ship yet.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
he's seen the ship, he hasn't been through it.
Okay, because, yeah, it is a very, how best to put it? It looks like a one-piece main character ship.
Yeah. Yes, I did see the picture of there's a tree on it, and that just screams, "Ha!"
Well, a tree, a flamethrower.
Something below the waterline now glowing.
Well, if you wanted to get a ranking, at least the Wolven gave the flamethrower a passing grade. Everything else, substandard. Except for the speed. That was impressive.
And is currently offline because it needs to be rebuilt.
I'm manually increasing my skill ranks. This is throwing off my groove.
You threw off the Emperor's groove.
Beware the groove!
Whatever you do, do not do that to the Kaizorin.
I'm sorry, you threw off the Kaiserin's groove.
Pull the level, Temple! Chunk. Wrong level!
I mean, really, at that point, it's that person's fault for not specifying. Of course, Timber's just going to grab one of the levers and pull.
Yeah.
Yep.
Alright, so, with that, I will say that you will be able to, tinker with things and, sort of figure out, some optimal placement for some of the things in order to, maximize the airflow potential of the bellows.
I mean, I'm replacing the bellows with a mechanical construct that actually literally has propellers designed to give it lift.
Well, yeah, but it's still, technically speaking, acting as the bellows of it.
Yeah.
Stats-wise, it's just an upgraded forge, basically.
Yeah, well, basically, I don't know another way to like what word to use for describing it, so I'm still gonna call it a bellows, but it's basically just like, you know, an automatic mechanical one instead.
Yeah.
Upgrade the bellows so that the smoke goes out the tree. Haha.
I mean, legitimately though, is there a different word I should use for that?
Instead of a bellows, you're basically putting a turbofan in, which, funny enough, is actually pretty easy to build.
No, but like seriously, is there a different word I should use for that? Because I don't know a
I
better one.
just assume some sort of vent or something.
Yeah,
Or
the
like a
bellows is
blow-off.
yeah, bellows would be the you push up and down. The blower is just as that. It's just a big fan that pushes air in.
I guess a
Call it the
blower will work, yeah.
automatic bellows. Yeah, automatic bellows. There you go.
Fluid.
I just legitimately didn't know a better word to use for it.
I did some quick Googling. It looks like forced air unit is the industry standard term, which doesn't sound fantasy enough for me.
The foul.
The foul.
Call it the automatic bellows.
The foul.
Auto bellow. No,
Auto
auto bellow.
bellow.
There you go.
That works. The auto bellow.
Yeah, sure.
Sounds like a mushroom.
All right. So you're doing that. I know the twins were bringing their new Hyenodon pet to the ship.
Have you came up with a name for it, twins?
And before its name changes every session 2, and right now it's named Sprinkles.
I like how you're
Don't
giving
give-
them ideas.
Yeah, don't give them ideas. Brutus, shoot this man! Ah!
No Brutus.
No Brutus and no gun.
Timber, I've now decided what I'm going to name our new gnoll minion. And we are
Don't
going
you-
to train him how to use a cannon gewer.
Don't you dare bring dishonor to that name.
See, that's why we'll put it on him to work to earn the same honor that Brutus had.
Storyteller, this triggers Temple's like massive hatred of gnolls.
I mean, you could always name him Brutarian.
Jägermeister, need I remind you why you are named Timber?
One moment. Temple walks off the boat.
You do have
He's
the water
cool.
walking boots.
He is not. He's sinking down for a moment.
He needs to go scream.
And he's just gonna march back to shore. He needs to cool off.
If it really upsets you that much, then I'll pick a different name. But he does need to be properly trained. And he does need a name.
I mean, where I come from, you choose a defining trait as one's name.
Yeah, well, I'm not about to name him Stinky.
Somehow, even though his psychic thing is still like bubbly.
There's so much empty space in his head that his brain flooded.
No, that's all skull.
I believe it.
So, twins, have you named your new buddy?
Yep, his name's Ibzan.
Zibzan?
Ibzan.
Ibzan. What's that mean?
Oh, I just have a pet named Ibzan, so I decided to use his name for the
Oh,
hyena
okay,
dog.
okay. I just didn't know the reference. All right, Ibsam. I will note that down.
I suddenly
I
feel
think-
compelled to name the gnoll Strider for some reason. Don't know why.
Temple's back.
I mean, Strider is kind of fitting. You're beginning a new journey.
Yeah. Yeah, we name him Strider because Strider Rex.
Out of character, Ibzan is ancient Greek for illustrious.
And twins,
No.
if that thing tries to take another bite out of me, I'm killing it.
I have full faith in Cake and Cup that he will properly train this beast, because he is the beast master. The only thing he can't train is the cobra chicken, but that is because it is a cobra chicken.
Anyways,
Timbo does that wet dog shake.
just
You-
thumping the handle of her scythe on one of the grates. Beska, you down there?
It'll take a second, but you do basically get you do get a reply.
Timber has something to show you. Think you'll be really happy with it.
All right. I'll be up a second. Just and you hear some like thumping noises before he does end up at the up at the main deck with the rest of you.
Timbo will reach into his imperial grade document pouch and with 2 fingers withdraw this tiny little contract. I have secured a granary for you. I would like you to have a bakery here.
Oh, well, okay. I wasn't exactly expecting to be given an entire property, but I'll definitely take it.
It was
we'll take it.
It was a
Don't ta-
series of Snow, no.
Oh.
It was a series of unique circumstances, and I'd feel much better having it in your hands than any random person.
Well, this man makes the best bread. The imperial standard is very high. I wish you to have a place where you can bake a lot of bread, so when the Imperium does show up, this island might be spared.
Also, the estate it includes several acres of prime wheat and barley fields, so you would have direct access to the freshest ingredients.
Oh, that'll be useful.
Which brings us on to the second point. I guess the rowing galley would be the best place to assemble. Or, up here on the top deck, either way.
Timbo will blow on his whistle. Conscripts!
The various conscripts will, in fact, be assembling. Also, Zib, if you're having the twins do that, we do have animal handling in Pathfinder.
It was something I was trying to do this entire time, and things have just kept on going on with everybody else, so...
Sorry.
And I brought it up about 4 times now.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm really annoyed at this point.
Oh, do your thing.
Anyway, in order to see how well it is trained, that would be handle animal. All right. For this, you would be able to determine that it does know at least one trick, which is how to bite something that you direct it to.
How obedient is it to them? Like, did it automatically accept them, or...
It has been trained to respond to basically anyone that actually, like, tries to command it, considering that it was supposed to basically listen to any of the gnolls that were on site. So, it thinks you're a little bit weird, but it does, in fact, still respond to you. At least in terms of, like, you know, you trying to give it commands.
Okay. They're gonna need to train it so it only obeys them, but that's good.
Yep, basically it is very much so been trained to listen to as many people as possible, but not as few people as possible.
So then we could have literally just ordered them all to stop fighting.
You could have tried, yes.
I think you would have to speak gnoll in order.
One of the twins does speak gnoll.
They do.
Yeah.
Oh.
We have been over this about 5 times.
Yeah, he knows how to speak it. But then it would probably have just been one side balking attack, then one side balking don't attack.
Confused hyena in the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically.
Basic command, go eat.
Well, they're going to be working on, first off, getting him to only obey them. So that way, you know, others could not try and have him obey them instead of, you know, the twins. And then, kind of training him about the ship and such. You know, basically helping him get his sea legs and whatnot.
All right. So thankfully, this does count as a domesticated animal, so you won't have to make initial checks in order to make it not be completely wild. So instead, you're basically going to be trying to basically you're trying to reteach an animal a trick, which is, you know, who to obey. So that's going to be more handle animal checks, and you would be able to know that hyenodons have an intelligence score of 2, which means they can know a maximum of 6 tricks.
Good to know. Got it. Cup is not going to be training this thing at all. At least not right now.
Oof.
That is a consistent walling on cake, though.
By the way, that is an oof as well, the rolls, but the reason I was saying oof, I don't know if those alerts my phone just went through, but I just got multiple winter weather advisories. It's going to be snowing heavily all next week with a steadily dropping temperature getting as low as 5 Fahrenheit.
Yep.
Ooh, our storms are going to you.
Yep.
Yep, snow.
Send them my way.
You can have it. Like, I've been asking for snow this whole time, but now that I'm looking at the weather forecast, you can keep it. Freaking
Well,
Why
monkey's
would
paw.
you ask for snow? Snow's right there.
Please, snow. Oh, wait, no,
No, we're-
not that
we're-
much. Not
we're
like that.
expecting
Hey,
over a
It
We're
was,
expecting over a
it was
foot of-
delayed.
We're expecting over a foot of snow and single-digit temperatures. It's gonna be a fun week.
All right. So as for getting it to see only you as a master, that is unfortunately not going to be high enough. However, this would be enough to teach it a low-level trick if you want. Some ones that you might be interested is a trick where it'll follow you around pretty much all day. You can make it back down if you want. It does not actually have a back down trick taught to it. It is taught to attack, and then it stops whenever its target is no longer there.
Oh.
Yeah, that is a separate trick. You could teach it
Yeah.
to fetch things.
I feel like installing brake pads might be a good idea.
Well, teaching it to follow them would basically achieve the same thing anyways, though. It's like sick them and then follow, and then, you know, they just starts following them and instead of attacking
Or drags
anymore.
the thing to you.
Oh, yeah, that too. I'm okay with that.
The twins are learning the wonders of jank code.
They're going to go with the follow.
All right, they're gonna go with the follow. All right. Now animals can only be taught tricks every once in a while, so there's basically going to be a small cooldown before you can teach it more tricks. But you have successfully taught it a trick, and also one that even if you were to somehow meet another gnoll tribe and they would try to command it, they would absolutely not think that it would be taught this, because this is not something that gnolls normally teach hyenodons.
Good to know. Alright, I'm satisfied with that scene for now.
As the
Back to
conscripts file onto deck, Alexei is going to file up as well, although he might not be recognizable because he is now completely covered in soot, except for his mask, which was protected by his goggles.
Looks like you've been having fun.
Oh, I'm going to have so much fun with that furnace.
You're
What are you into the
welcome.
furnace?
We insisted on a full-fledged one instead of the portable one.
Well, so far I've installed Talk as a forced air unit for standard temperature emission regulation, but it's going really well. I'm pretty sure I can get it hot enough to melt steel pretty soon, which means that I can melt down the spare pieces of the cannon into enough metal to reforge it.
Just make sure that you don't overwhelm the insulation. Just because the ship won't catch fire doesn't mean that the wood can't be singed, and repeated exposure could weaken it.
Okay, that's a fair point. I should go mix up some more of the dampening
Oh.
solution.
Speaking of weakened wood, timber, when I pulled the core out of Philippides, it did damage some of the wood around it, so I am going to need to spend some time working on that.
Oh, that's completely.
Just-
That's just completely wrecked. I'm gonna need to replace a lot of that with brass fittings and restructure. That deck is probably gonna need to be restructured to be able to support it all.
Right, just casually sliding the rambling muskrat over to the side.
You're breathing into your mic, Lightpaw.
He's very excited.
Yeah.
Like a kit at Christmas.
Noah is just listening to this and just kind of realized that a craftsman is found his candy store or liquor store, and it's just you were saying words.
Okay, so
He may have found his craft station, but he doesn't have all the tools.
kids, as I'm sure you're aware, this ship tends to find its way into danger a lot. And, well, this is a life path that you chose, and I'm not going to get in the way of your decisions. However, it does concern me the amount of danger that we frequently face. So, through pulling a few connections, I've created an off-ramp. This is Orchid. He's, well, you could call him the local shot caller. He's in a career field very similar to yourselves, and he is willing to take on new hires. If you feel like continuing to be a part of this ship's crew just isn't for you, he's ready and willing to accept you into his ranks. Anyone who does accept, you will be given a severance pay.
Basically, this one's just dumping you off into a field of crime.
That is a very harsh way to put it.
No. Some of the orphans are going to do it, then get back on the ship. Hey, we got paid.
So at that point, they would be considered stowaways.
Do you remember which one of the orphans were still here?
See, we have 2 tiny security cameras that can do facial scanning.
Brain scanning.
Intruder alert. Intruder alert.
Look, I ain't gonna stop any of you if you want to just go down this. Not gonna lie, I almost walked down that path myself. But if you're willing to stay and don't want to go down that, I'm sure I can help you encourage more reputable work and profession.
I don't know what you're talking about, Snow. These conscripts are going to hold the line and make sure that Veskil has plenty of labor hours to make bread for the Imperium when they eventually roll over this island.
Oh, that is actually a very important note. Unless he has any objections to it, which I doubt, Veska will also be staying here after we leave. My ancestral estate changed hands a few times and has landed in his hands. So there will be a familiar face in town. Well, on the edge of town, but... in the end, it's your decision. I'm not going to be forcing anybody.
That's literally one of the tenets I must follow. Freedom. Freedom of choice.
Disgusting!
So, is there a dice roll that's gonna take place here, or what?
Oh yeah, I was just waiting for everyone to
Give
Oh,
their
great.
skill.
Give their words.
give their words on it, yeah. Because there are people who have not given any sort of comment on this, so.
The
I think
twins
Alexi
really
is
have
busy
no
rambling.
opinion.
Alright, so the twins don't have an opinion. What about Lexi and all that?
At least I'm pretty sure I can get it up to that to the temperature really quick, and then all it takes is just getting the iron in and getting the proper flux to make sure that the
Yeah, he's busy right now.
He's busy.
What about you, Gaul?
The conscripts are pretty much protected under Timber and Rose. If anything happens to them, Rose will help.
Well, this island is safe and can only get safer.
Oh, yeah, that is also worth noting. The death insurance that I offer, if any of you were to die, I would use various means to bring you back. It is worth noting that Orchid has the means to do that as well, so you would still have that same insurance policy. And I'm pretty sure Veska can, but I've never bothered asking him.
We did talk with Vesk, and his wasn't true resurrection.
Never said that Rose's was.
This is very true.
Hey, I just said I could bring him back. I never specified as what.
Well, conscripts, this is this is one of the only few times I'll give you an out. You will not be disciplined for choosing this place as your duty station.
All right, let's see.
When we get a nat 1 and we're stuck with him.
Don't worry, there's a pair of rolls. Alright, well, you guys didn't get a nat 1 or anything, but there is only a handful of them that are going to actually be leaving the ship and going with Vesk / Organ.
No, so basically they've been enjoying the high seas adventure.
Yeah, there's a couple of them that are like sort of the opinion of, all right, well, this has been fun while it's lasted, but yeah, okay, maybe.
I'm sure for at least 1 or 2, that was just, yep, I checked that item off my list.
Besides, they got the hell off the island that they were on, so.
Yeah. I'm sure this is just going to do wonders for the local crime rates.
Oh. Well, I mean, on one hand, yeah. On the other hand, well, at least you throwed them with Orchid. Generally
And
keeps
a
a
smaller town.
pretty tight
Hey,
handle
hey.
on things.
I greatly prefer organized crime over random hoodlums.
If there is any kind of crime that Rose wants, it's organized.
Exactly, because, see, with organized crime, you can reason and negotiate. If it's random hoods, then it's very hard to strike a balance.
And don't worry, they're all doing it in the name of your god. Hades.
Now the question is, how many go with Orchid and how many go with the other fellow?
I just need to know how many are going in total because Rose does plan on giving a 3 gold severance to each of them that leaves.
All right. As for exact numbers, there's going to be 9 that leave.
Okay, it wasn't a whole heck of a lot.
Like I said, it was a very small amount of the total amount you had.
Storyteller?
Yes, Timber?
From the bounty, whatever Temple's cut, he is going to give it to Vesk so he can have some capital to build whatever he needs.
All right, so basically just whatever.
I feel like Vesk already has that money lying around, but okay.
Temple doesn't know this. Temple's really trying to invest in this bread thing. Promises made, promises kept.
It is also worth noting that because of all the stuff that we're doing here in Lagos, if we ever come back to this island in the future, we have a lot of connections in place.
This is true.
And of course, one of the big things of why it is that Rose is so comfortable with Vesk taking over the estate, although she's not going to say it, she knows that he's a very dangerous individual. And she knows that if his home is ever threatened, he will erase whatever's threatening it. Not kill, erase. Which
Don't
means
worry,
by
he'll
extension
just
that keeps the town safe.
Don't worry, he'll raise the town so that there's an army.
Oh, come on, that sounds like a Rose thing to do. We're just going to forget the previous town that was destroyed by her actions. Technically, it wasn't my fault.
Don't worry, if he raises the town, you'll have your revenge against it.
Oh, her revenge has already been fulfilled. She's riding high on that right now. Oh, speaking of which, Taldarius, was she able to get her signed and framed apology?
Yeah, it wouldn't have been that hard, really.
Okay, so yeah, she is going to be hanging that up in the brig.
Roselia?
Yes.
You do have pull with that ziggurat. Or at least more pull than
I'm pretty sure that if I'm pretty sure that any reasonable request I have right now, they would be more than ready to fulfill.
I was gonna request that they have a seat open for the Kaiserun at their table.
Actually, I was thinking about that. You said any ground that Wolven have died on is sacred, right?
Correct.
I was thinking about having them construct a shrine where our crew died.
That would mean a lot to me. A shrine to the Kaiserun might save this town if the Atamentine Imperium comes sniffing around to see the fate of my brethren.
That was part of my reasoning as well. I say part of because, well, let's be honest. I was actually quite fond of those three, bruises and all.
Our crew has suffered a
Oh.
great loss.
Oh, yeah, speaking of being fond, Orchid, yeah, Alexi wants to get in your pants. He's just too bashful to say anything.
But I thought he was finally working up some confidence before you guys left that original time.
He is, but see, we'll be leaving once the ship is done with its retrofits, and I feel like he might not get over the edge before then without a little encouragement.
At this point, he's just looking at Alexi and doing the equivalent of crossed arms and tapping, well, not like tapping, but like, you know... You know what, I'll say like, basically doing, like, you know, the, watch clock, like, you know, tap thing. He knows enough about technology.
The twins are going to just, stop his train of thought in his head.
Yeah, I was about to say, the important question is, does Alexi even notice?
Alexi is very excited about this furnace, and he is currently boring the ears off of one of the orphans.
Yeah, but the twins are stopping that entire train of thought.
Audible record scratch.
As what am I doing on the deck? How did I?
They're giving Alexi a instant replay of what Rosalia just said.
Somehow, through the soot, it's possible to see him blushing.
I don't get why he's all freaking out about exchanging pants with...
No, Timber, that was a euphemism. To get into somebody's pants, in some contexts, can mean the same thing as hammer time.
You know that it doesn't help to try and explain some of these things to him, right? He still doesn't actually
hammer time, I understand.
He doesn't. We see it in his head.
The twins just see, you know, instead of bonking someone with a hammer, you know, he's trying to imagine, like, ants booping somehow.
Yeah, we see it. He still does not actually understand.
Very
well,
inefficient.
I tried.
Sad Timble. Brotherless, maidenless, hammerless.
I'll figure things out eventually, maybe.
But not curseless.
Well.
Well, go on.
This is the part where you talk to him.
Coherent words. Not random stuttering.
I need to roll a check again. Absolutely stone-faced.
If you would like, we have multiple different options of mating rituals that we could offer. As they start feeding what they got.
They have a literal encyclopedia.
Oh wow, that one is. Oh.
It came in handy after all.
People can do that. That's. Oh. God.
Oh, that's not even the worst of it. As they give more.
Chapter 2, Calisthenics.
Insert Kylo Ren more.
I mean, I knew I could do some of those things, but wow, that's... Oh, wow. Um... I need to go back to my room at the
No, you need to go back to Orchid's room. Go on, go.
They're
You two
picking.
go have fun together.
Storyteller.
Yes.
Temple is going to lick his finger and give Alexei a wet willy, and suddenly he's filled with courage as Temple uses his courage buff from leveling up to level 9.
All right. What were the twins doing?
Oh, they're just gonna lift up Alexei and push him right in front of Orchid.
Romance.
Snow is going to walk
Now
up,
kiss.
look left, look right, and the bottle that Rose bought for Snow, he's just going to hand it right towards Alexei. You'll need that. Mostly for you. And just walks away.
Do you want to go help me pack up my room?
Alexei, you have never been braver than you have at this moment.
Yeah, didn't you hear him make an offer?
Yeah, I know.
Kisahobi is definitely not what I thought that was saying.
What did you think it was saying?
I will not say it on stream.
I heard kiss a pony with my vampire hearing.
I heard something bad.
I'm going to keep that to myself.
Oh my god, you people.
I put it in Ascent to Ascend.
This is the group that you're choosing to travel with.
That's what I thought it said.
That is one of the things I thought I heard.
That is not what I heard. I just heard kiss a homie.
You're the one who played it. You already knew what it said.
Timber, that's another one I thought I heard too.
Yeah.
So, anyways, Tanya's
all
horniness
doing
aside, I'm guessing we are fading to black over on the Alexei front.
Very likely. Just with the last comment of the equivalent of Oregon, like, patting him on the cheek and going, sure, I'm pretty sure we'll get to packing at some point. And then basically, basically grabbing him and like pushing him towards the gangplank.
Also, Timber's finger is filthy now.
If anything, you made Alexei cleaner.
No, because no filth can stick to Timber's polished gauntlets.
They are rather shiny.
Well, pretty much everything checked off except for one last thing.
You mean the cultist cave?
Oh no, not that. That's a tomorrow thing. No, I need to die real quick.
Again?
To take
Yes,
care of the
again.
gnoll.
Separate the
But-
spine, or do you want me to stop your heart?
You know what? No. If we're
stop.
gonna kill her, we're gonna do it.
Oh my god.
And we're gonna do it by
Look at
trying to
everybody fighting.
burn up her collar again.
Okay, you do know how much you've been pissing that thing off every time you touch it, right?
Yes, that's why we won't
Don't
touch
injure
it.
don't injure yourselves by doing this.
Right. Well, since she's been ambushed with death before when making dives, she's taking this opportunity to stuff 2 gold coins and as many copper coins as she can fit into her cheek pouches.
I just imagine like a freaking
She looks like a she looks like a
cartoonish
gerbil.
cheek bulb. Yeah, just. Ugh.
She looks like a hamster.
She looks like she's gonna choke. Maybe that kills her.
Choked to death on money. What a way to go. You know that was actually a form of execution. It was only ever done once in historical record, but yeah, poured molten gold down a person's throat. Or is it molten silver?
Either way, I don't think it matters.
Yeah, just you don't want to drink molten metal, just as a rule of thumb.
Unless it's lead.
Timber, no. I don't care how good the metal tastes, you shouldn't chew on it.
It's so sweet, though.
No. Anyways. So, how are we killing Rose, apparently?
I mean, those two just want to try to mess with the collar.
Alright, if you want to take another go at it, I guess.
Yeah,
All right, everyone.
I don't think Alexi or
8
Snow have
paces
seen this
away.
yet.
Well, Alexi's not going to see it. He's busy.
Yeah. Get 8 paces
Getting
away
busy.
just in case, she blows up again.
Taldarius, he's not busy, he's getting busy. There's a subtle difference.
It's not too much of one.
So, Rose will assume a safe distance from any potential collateral damage.
Any onlookers are shielded by Timbal.
Alright, the twins are going to attempt a thing.
A thing.
Well,
I know we haven't been commenting much on the captions, but it said Roosevelt a safe distance.
Don't worry, the twins got a vorpal blade they'll be able to use. Haha.
oh yeah, the axe is vorpal.
I don't think it was.
Wasn't it?
The cursed axe? No.
No, it's not Volpal, otherwise that'd be headless.
Yeah, no, it's as far as I'm aware of, not Vorpal.
It is not.
I was just
Yeah.
making a joke.
Alright, making a note. Acquire vorpal blade for the next attempt. They can patch that, right? We'll worry about it afterwards. Anyways, they know that this collar is sentient in a weird way. So they are going to utilize Cerebral Strike. Wherever it went. I had it. There it is. Wait. Hang on a sec. Why is that non-lethal damage? Ugh.
Agata.
I saw the damage and did not realize it was non-lethal until now. But it does come with a different thing. The force of your mental assault causes a physiological backlash in the target, along with self-inflicted wounds. You deal 1d8 points of non-lethal damage per 2 caster levels, no save, and 1d8 plus 1 per 6 caster levels of ability damage of your choice of the target's intelligence, wisdom, or charisma. Will halves. That could be effective.
Against a god?
Hey, it will halves. It doesn't say negates.
I will remind you that when, like, every single time that you have fucked with this thing before, it has done horrible things to you, at one point even downing you. I will remind you of this, because it has been a little bit since you fucked with it.
I'm aware. However, I do want to point out that it does specify that the target is doing self-inflicted wounds. So the collar is hurting itself.
It doesn't say that it's unaware of what's causing it, though.
Oh, wait, that's another thing that they have.
Yeah, remember that Rose is technically low-jacked. The moment you start screwing with the collar, Hades will be watching.
Why are we all getting away from Rose of what they're
Temple
doing?
drags him away. Stand behind me. She might explode.
Okay. Look, you see the collar that I'm wearing? It is incredibly cursed. In fact, it's the only thing that's keeping me alive. And the Marten twins have decided that the best way to down me so that I can make a dive into Tartarus is to tamper with the collar again. The last time they did that, it exploded.
So, I just want to understand the thought process here. You're going to, as he points to the twin, you're going to try to remove the collar. This collar is the only thing that's keeping you alive, but also incredibly cursed.
Yes.
So if they succeed at removing the collar, you just die.
Whether they succeed or fail, I make my dive into Tartarus anyways, yes.
Don't worry. She has
permanently dead.
phylactery.
Although the collar is the main connection to my necrotic powers, the phylactery has already been pre-made. In theory, it would remain functioning.
Temple just has the biggest shit-eating grin right now.
Not that anyone can really see it.
Snow is now.
Oh no!
Now
with his
you've now,
his helmet opens, you can see his teeth, and he just goes, "This is the logic of freedom."
No, she is being held captive by it. That's not freedom. But I have a morbid curiosity as he sits down and
people want to free her, so she dies.
Better to be free better to be dead and free than a slave and alive.
I beg to differ.
Says the one without a chain,
no!
though, Nick.
That roll.
Yep, you bluffed him.
That was a damn good roll.
Aw, but only 2 points.
Snow has moved on to the other side of Tiberian and now has a morbid curiosity of what's going on. But away from the twins.
For the record, they are targeting wisdom.
Alrighty.
Is there any sign of anything?
Currently, no.
They squint at it.
I will remind you, it is an object and thus is immune to the non-lethal damage.
They're going to clamber up on Rosalia and inspect the collar in detail. Huh. We thought that might do damage. Let's try again. Well, that was a terrible roll.
I think it developed a resistance.
But that's better.
Wonder Twin powers, activate!
Any indication of anything?
You can see some energy starting to course through it.
I think you're just pissing it off.
Huh.
It is more sluggish than you've seen it before.
Interesting.
Snow, I want you to push on my back. Temple crouches.
Again!
You want me to press on your back?
Boys, this might explode.
Noah's gonna clamber to the back of the back of Timber, near the top, and he's just peeking over the head of Timber.
Temple voices his shield.
All right, consulting table.
Oh no.
In fact, Temple takes out his sword and stabs it into the ground. into the deck. Yeah.
Snow's climbing claws are thoroughly latched onto whatever gaps in his armor that he can get them into.
Oh, the twins have all had his armor specifically made to have easy climbing points.
Yeah, there's like
points.
grab handles on the back.
Now, for this, it is not reprising right now, but you do see it do the same sort of activation as it does normally between when you try to pour acid through it and when it tries to kill you. But it's not doing anything right now. But it is active now.
Huh.
What if there's something wrong with Hades?
As Hades is just getting more and more dumb down there.
Well, you specifically chose wisdom.
True.
Which, the lower your wisdom goes, the more irrationally you start to act.
Have fun! It was speaking with Hades!
Well, that implies that it's actually affecting Hades. It might be affecting something else.
True. How you feeling, Rosalia?
Concerned for my well-being.
Storyteller?
Yes, Timber.
Snow will find a scroll planted onto his forehead as Temple casts protection from evil on him.
All right.
And then he will activate Buddhist's thing on himself. Same spell.
Yep.
Why are you concerned about your well-being? You literally wanted us to kill you.
There are things worse than death, and you are toying with them.
We thought we were toying with literal death.
And he has friends.
Besides, not the actual god of death, god of the dead.
Should we stop? Also, Lightpaw, we're getting clicking. I guess if you want us to stop, we can stop.
Right now, there's a war between morbid curiosity and just wanting to get this done.
Which side is winning?
You know what? Fuck it. Oh, come on, Blurp.
Goodbye, everyone. I'll remember you all in therapy.
Go for it.
Just for the record, they are still on Rosalia.
All right. Let's see. All right, and here's the final one that matters. At least... Ah. Yep, all right. That's that. Are you guys ready for the funny consequences?
Real quick, storyteller, Timbo's gonna start chanting, "Ignorance is the best defense. Ignorance is the best defense."
As long as it's funny consequences.
It'll be funny for somebody.
Snow is taking a full defense.
All right. As an absolute wellspring of power just unleashes from the collar in a completely undirected, omnidirectional way from itself, this means that Rosalia is also getting her neck crushed from this, as the twins are going to get flung away quite severely, and people who are around Timber, count yourself very thankful, because you are behind Timber, who is taking the brunt of this force.
Oh boy.
As for the twins, you were on her shoulders, I believe, so that puts your force at out and up. Now, I know that you can fly, so this isn't exactly a problem, but yeah, you fly a total of 425 yards before the force peters out, and you are no longer being forced away.
Oh!
Rosalia,
I have a
your
blurb.
body scrunches into itself.
Ah, there it is. I had to find the blurb.
Yep, I'm flying through the air. This is not good.
Marten missiles.
Okay, on the plus side, they are not a mile away, so the network's still active.
So
And
should I
Rose goes
update?
Scrunch.
Yeah, should I update Rose's size class from small to tiny?
Yeah, go ahead. As you
Might
have
be
been
minuscule.
effective. Let's put it this way, Rose. The most insane wizard on this world couldn't power word scrunch you better than this.
Oh, she's microscopic now.
You have been you have been compressed into a cube.
That implies the shape is even.
Nope, I am become Minecraft.
You have become rhombus.
Well, the twins are going to start flying back. It'll take them a while.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that did successfully kill Rose.
Oh yeah, no, you are like dead.
And I'm glad that the power push didn't just have Timber fall backwards onto everybody.
No, but that's because he prepared and like dug in and everything, and it was a reflex save anyways that had an insane DC, but Timber doesn't have to care about insane DC reflex saves. He could just kind of win.
Through the power of faith and preparedness.
Here's the real question, though. Did he make the Goofy yell?
So, did we successfully kill her? She's not in the network anymore.
She's very wished.
Timbo looks up from his like shield, you know? Yeah, his helmet, his visor's blown up, so you can actually see his face for once. Twins.
Yes, Captain.
I think you deleted Rose.
No, she's very much there. It's just squished. Kind of like how you have a bug under your foot and you just squish it and it turns to goo. That's what we're seeing right now. Except more round, square.
So question, what happened with the collar?
Can you even fix that?
That's a problem for a healer. As he pulls out his bag, I don't think bandages are gonna work on this one.
It's okay, she's got her phylactery.
Can it rebuild her body, though?
Yes, it's done so in the past.
I just remember she complained about Brutus shooting her in the gut with a cannon and that really hard. I think this is almost as bad because nothing is more deadly than Brutus with a cannon gewehr. Because the cannon gewehr not only kills the body, but it also kills the soul. Because the Kaiserin told us this.
Well, she also just likes to complain about everything. We wouldn't take everything she complains about it, you know, for fact. Like, she complains about us all the time.
But I feel that's warranted.
Okay. Let me check my codex. Maybe there's something about, you know, getting blown up into a cube.
Why do I get the feeling when Rose arrives on the other side, she's going to leave a small crater?
She was just blasted so hard into the afterlife.
Yamshot into hell.
You know, I was about to say, this is a legitimate argument case for the Yamcha death pose.
Ow. How? How can I feel pain even after being dead? What the fuck?
She did want them to kill her.
Now, just so that way everyone is aware to Ascent to Ascend, I'm putting something because this is slightly pertinent.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Eventually, the twins will learn to stop fucking with the collar.
Well, you know, my argument is she was killed by a cannon gewehr before, and now she's finally feeling her soul die.
It does say die/be destroyed from hit point loss, so...
Which you were.
Yeah, I got Minecrafted. And for once, it's not a meme.
Yeah, so...
I'm going to die on this hill. She got cubed. like the car at the end of Christine.
How many necrosis feats do you have?
5. Wait, no, 6, I think. Let me double check.
Because there's the additional text at the end of that.
Yep. Yeah, I do benefit from that. That's how she can stay for 8 minutes. 9 minutes now, but she hasn't updated anybody on the extended duration.
So, quick question.
Yep.
Who had your phylactery again?
Timber. She doesn't trust anybody else with it.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, it's 5 necrosis feats, plus my caster level. So it was 8 minutes before, but it's 9 now. But she hasn't updated anybody on the new number, so.
Snow was just, while this is happening, is going to see if the collar's there, but he is not fucking with it.
The collar is still there. It occasionally makes dangerous-looking, like, energy little lances.
Don't
yeah, it's still
touch
throwing.
that.
It's still throwing sparks.
Unlike those two, I'm smart enough not to mess with something I don't understand.
Timbo starts looking at his 8-page codex to see if there's anything about being blown up into a cube.
No, she wasn't blown up, she was blown down. Because
Yeah.
up means out, so
Okay,
by extension,
blown-
down means in.
Blown in. Okay, yeah. Let me look at subsection blown in.
Implosion.
Imploded. There we go. That's the word. Let me find the imploded color.
Unfortunately, Timber, your codex does not mention implosions.
A surprisingly rare occurrence on the battlefield.
Well, I mean, we all wolven. We all hold to compress. We're already dense enough already.
Yeah, you try to compress a wolf and you just end up with neutronium.
Speaking of pertinent questions, is Alexei privy to this conversation happening, or has he been put on mute?
I think
So, you are on mute. However, the twins are very much still listening to you.
Perverts.
They gotta make sure their party is safe.
Uh-huh.
So they are always listening to everyone.
Warriors.
So anyways...
Yeah, meanwhile in hell...
Is the collar still on the cube, or is it just laying there, or...
It's like half impacted into the cube.
Noted.
Like half of it is outside of the cube and the other half is inside of it.
Noted. Are the twins back at the ship yet?
Yes.
Perfect.
Oh boy, I get to roll on the table again.
Why?
Upon seeing that something might be happening, you're seeing Snow absolutely bolt. And yeah, no, he's got the neumes and he's going over the side of the boat. And just latching himself.
Even more dice.
The twins are latching themselves onto the side of the boat this time.
It's time to stop.
And just kind of peeking their heads over the edges of the boat on either side.
Yeah, Snow is halfway down the edge of the ship.
Okay.
Tempo's going back into his defensive position.
Nope, stop talking, go to jail.
Well, time for the D6. All right, so that one would be forward from where Rose was originally facing.
Oh no, that would be towards Timber, wouldn't it?
Yes.
What's going on?
I was figuring out what direction this is going.
Knowledge nature, this is bad.
All right. As a rather angry lance of energy shoots out directly in that direction, which is towards Timber. And, yeah, you now have a rather angry red lance of energy heading towards you at an
God, it's
absolute blistering speed.
Well, I mean, Timber's in a boy's position.
Yes.
Well, Timber, it's traveling at the speed of nope.
And,
It was at this moment
Yeah, the
that he
Kaiser
knew.
is going 9
He
miles
fucked
per
up.
hour. Oh no!
well, this is where I actually now need to pull out the dice, because I don't know if this will actually kill you or not, but doesn't hurt to be sure.
Any save?
It could
or was
roll
just an
well.
AC thing?
This was this is just happening.
Okay.
Don't worry about that.
You know, a hilarious thought occurs to me. Imagine Rose being, like, arrested, detained, kidnapped, whatever, and her captors try to strip her of all enchanted items. They would be
there's
up
a couple
against
of
this
ones in
crap.
No, they'd tell you to remove it.
Okay, important question. Was anyone hiding behind Timber currently?
I don't
No.
think so.
Snow
No
was
way.
over the.
I don't know where
Yeah,
Gar
Snow
was.
hopped-
Gar, where were you situated? Oh no, we have lost the Toshi.
No.
Well, you see, with how slow it is going the speed of light, Tochemay could easily outpace it.
All right.
No, I was watching by the tree.
Okay. In that case, only Timber will be hit with 125 damage.
Jeez.
These things have killed the twins in the past, and you know what their health pool is like.
Timber,
Hold on,
Emotional damage.
are you still alive?
how much damage was it?
125, which will pop
Yeah,
your chains.
Yeah, you see Timber's chains break, and he just absolutely gets impaled. And this thing goes out into the freaking ocean. Timber has a hole blown straight through him. He kind of slumps for a moment, gets back up. Ow!
All right, and 50 plus. Does it roll 50 plus? It does. All right, it shoots off another one in a completely random direction, hitting nothing.
Huh, so it did that time.
That was almost as bad as chemo.
Twins, stop messing with it. You just Timber, as he just climbs up. There's a hole through you.
Yeah, that happens.
Not the false time.
Twins, your actions are harming everyone else.
Well, so far only Timber's been harmed that didn't want to be harmed. And Timber's okay.
You see his eye twitch. Hole through chest is not fine.
No, he seems to be fine.
Twins, you could have killed a lesser man. That hit Tochemay. If that hit Gaul, or if that hit Snow, they don't have my chains. That would have killed them.
Sincerely hope
Okay.
somebody is watching the clock.
We'll stop messing with it.
Timbo is gonna lay on hands a lot.
All right, go ahead and roll, because this does matter. Are you lay on handsing yourself, or are you lay on handsing the cube?
Oh. Yeah, Temple would lay on hands the cube first.
Well, here's a little bit of a problem. The phylactery, who is holding it?
Timber.
Oh. Do
Luckily,
I do it on...
Timber was not obliterated from this. Because he had his chains.
Ugh. Do I heal her phylactery or do I heal her?
The twins can heal both of you.
I want nothing to do with him right now.
Oh, okay.
Your morbid curiosity could have killed one of us. And you just keep getting away with it.
Make sure you're going to live. Look, I'm not... I have a really good first aid kit, but it's to keep people from dying, and I don't think I can do much for a hole.
Timbo will heal himself first. At least give him some wiggle room. Because he's not even sure if Cube... It's, every 2 levels he gets an extra lay on hands, right?
I believe so. I could go double check.
Also, the cubed one said that they were half undead.
Oh yeah, my lay on hands do absolutely nothing.
Does the cubed one have potions that would heal them instead of kill them?
Also, yes, it is every other for evens. Timber, yeah, it is a bit of a tricky situation, but yeah, that's when you can actually use that.
Yeah, I can't heal those at all. They would hold all.
I'm gonna look through her bag and see if the cubed one has any potions that might help otherwise.
Tim was just gonna keep sticking his finger on his chest.
If you reach into her bag, you're gonna have to roll.
She has defenses.
Yep.
What do I roll?
I believe it'd be a reflex.
Yeah, it's a reflex save to avoid being having your hand absolutely chomped on.
Well, I'd like reflex saves.
Yeah, Svefenthorn is trained to bite anyone that tries to reach into the bag that's not authorized.
18.
Well, on the plus side, it's not going to be much. You take 3 damage.
I half that because I take half damage even on a failed reflex. So I take 1.
Your hand is still being bitten on, which makes it rather hard to continue reaching inside.
Do you want to save your master or am I going to punch you?
I don't think it can understand you.
It is not exactly intelligent.
The only
At least
reason that my
towards you.
undead can understand instructions other people give is because the Martens use a Rube Goldberg translation matrix through Rose.
And
Unfortunately,
they have shut off the network altogether.
no realizing that keeping Rose alive is more important than her minion, and it's chopped on his arm. No, he's just gonna punch it.
Yeah, Tempo's at full health. He
All right.
is going to, since the twins are abandoning the pack, he's going to run down to Vesk and ask if he knows any sort of necrosis damage things.
I
to
didn't
heal
say
Rose.
they were abandoning.
Well, he doesn't know where they ran off to, or if they shut off stuff.
They are going to wait the time and then start pumping the healing into Rosalia shortly before it.
Okay.
Well, yeah,
How-
Tempo doesn't know this. He's just gonna go look
And-
for Vesk.
And Snow doesn't know this. Because Snow doesn't know how long it takes, really doesn't know how long Rose has. So, yeah, your minion's getting punched. Sorry, Rose.
Ow, that deep
also,
noise.
What? Yeah. How far before are the twins planning on starting to do the revivey?
7-minute mark.
All right. Yep, that would hit.
And his attacks are considered bludgeoning, cold iron, and silver, if it matters.
It does matter.
That'd be 11 damage.
Considering that Rose isn't there to instruct otherwise, would this trigger Svefenthorn to defend himself?
It might. It does depend on this. Because Svefenthorn is not exactly the tankiest of beings.
This is true. However, he does have improved natural strike with the tail stinger. So
Yeah. So currently, I'm double checking my notes to try and figure out how much health.
yeah, Snow, you're not the only one whose unarmed attacks count as silver.
Mm-hmm.
Svefenthorn has a tail blade.
Vesk! Is Tempo yelling for Vesk running downstairs?
All right. Yeah, it doesn't really have much HP. Does have enough to tank that hit at least.
Well, the flurry of blows begins.
Yep.
That was
go
the
ahead
first
and continue.
one. There we go. That was attack 1.
Hits.
Attack number. And attack number 2. Or sorry, attack number 3.
Hits.
Ooh.
And attack number 4.
Hits.
A punch, elbow strike, judo chop, eye gouge.
All right. So that is 12, 18. All right. That is 29 damage. You do defeat Svethenthorn before it can reprise.
And that's where Snow starts rooting around to see if he can find potions that would heal Rose.
Congratulations, she has 0 potions.
No.
She doesn't carry them.
Well, that would have helped for the rest of us to know.
It wasn't your business, it was her stuff.
Storyteller. The potion kid.
Oh yeah, the potion crew.
Yeah, Tempo is yelling for Vesk, but if he sees one of the potion kids, he's gonna grab him and ask if the mac and cheese potion heals necrotic.
I'll say that you could find one of them on your way, to which they would be shaking their head quite vigorously.
Okay, Tempo stops harassing him and goes looking for Vesk.
All right, you do know where he normally is, at the bottom of the ship, and you do find him kind of like confusedly going back up, because he was in the middle of trying to pack up some of his stuff again.
Vesk, no time to explain. The twins did something really stupid again. I need necrotic damage. Do you have that?
Yes.
Rose
I
is a
damage.
cube. We need to heal her.
I'm going to have so many questions after this, but okay.
Ignorance is the best defense, my brother. Let's go. Starts running back up.
All right. Vesk will be following you.
Yeah, he just leads them and points at the cube.
Probably at this point, Snow's realizing there's nothing in her pack.
Yep.
Wow. I'm hoping that you can do something, because there's nothing in her pack that helps.
Well, I can do some things, but this is... How?
The twins messed with Okalo, despite us telling them no, and she cubed. And then I got hit. I got another hole in me, but I'm tough. I'm okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, yeah, Snow, you can see Temple's blood is purple.
Just a moment.
And the
sending you
little
a
moment
DM?
his... Oh, sorry.
Oh, I just sent him the contents of the bag. What he would have noticed in there.
Okay.
Yep.
And,
honestly, if it doesn't look like a potion, he really doesn't care.
Yeah.
Well, a couple of the items might stand out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Snow would notice that Temple bleeds purple blood, and when his helmet was up, his eyes all kind of purplish too. Yeah, you actually know what Temple kind of looks like now, though.
He's going through his blue period.
Snow wouldn't know what the heck that staff is. It just looks like stick. He sees hide, but he's not really examining it. But he's not a leather worker, so he just sees shiny hide. And yeah, he just roots through looking for things that might look like something that would help. And yeah.
All right, so maybe this is a good point to see what Rose was doing.
Yeah. I think this is probably a good point for that. All right. Rose. First of all, ow.
Yamcha pose.
Yamcha pose.
She like lands there, you know, and just Sonic coins. You know,
Oh my god, yeah, because the cheek pouches. The cheek pouches were full of copper coins.
And don't worry, this is the perfect pose for all the gnolls to gang up on her.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. Let me see if there's actually a blurb for that. Surely there is. Yes, there is. There is. The laggy thing would go through already. There it goes.
There we go.
Ouch.
Speaking of gnolls, that would be the first thing that she's looking for, to see how many of them are still hanging around, if any.
As for the gnolls, yeah, you really don't see that many still hanging around. I mean, there's still a couple, but they look like they're just waiting.
She doesn't have time to investigate that because she has very limited time on the other side, so she's going to go looking for her dad.
All right. How exactly are you going to be trying to track down your dad?
Well, she's going to be going straight to Karen.
All right. The boatman would, after a very small wait, as always, appear. And hold out a hand.
Has my dad already come through here?
Well, it's always difficult with those who are still partially stuck between like he is, but...
Wait. Still stuck between?
Oh, did you think you fully grabbed everything there was, even with how mentally gone he was sometimes?
Oh, no, not that. I would have figured when he fell that he came back here fully. You're saying he's still hanging out between the two?
Did he ever really fully leave? The whole phantasm thing?
Do you know where he is right now?
I know where most of him is.
I would like to go there.
Well, in that case, payment.
And she's just going to go full machine gun with the coins.
Patooey.
All right. He will, like, with a very practiced hand, start snatching the coins.
It's like watching an anime where the person's intercepting bullets.
Basically, but it's just the coins.
Okay, how many copper was she able to carry with her? Because I doubt she could fit 300 coins in her cheek pouches.
Well, no, but you were able.
If she did.
You were able to get quite a few.
Yeah, I just need to know how much to remove from my inventory.
Oh, okay. Well, you're size small, but you do have effectively, like, you know, cheek pouches, so that helps your case. Were you, like, stuffing your mouth as full as you could, or were you just making it so that way it was comfortable?
Well, she was still able to talk, so...
Alright, in that case, I'd say that you could probably get, like, 30 to 40 coins in there.
I'll just say 35 then, because
Yeah,
I had
sure.
335, so that drops me to around 300. Perfect.
Yeah, okay. There you go.
And 119 gold remaining because of the 2 gold coins that were in there. That was supposed to be Sycamore's fee, but apparently he's not ready to move on. She brought the copper coins as as insurance against the gnolls, but since it seems like somebody else is covering their fare, she's not obligated.
I'd like to imagine that you somehow got the copper coins into rolls by the time you get back to the boat.
Well, from your guys' perspective, if she still had a intact mouth, you would just see the coins vanishing.
I meant Karen and his boat.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I get the feeling he already has them in coin rolls even before she's finished the sentence.
He is kind of all about that money.
One of those belt-mounted coin dispensers.
So yeah, once she's on the boat, she's just gonna be like, "Remind me never to try shooting you."
I would recommend against fighting me in general.
Oh, speaking of which, since we've got a minute while we're on our way there, I ran into Hypnosis Kid. Apparently he's in Lagos. Thought that might be information you and Hades would want to know.
Mildly interesting. Although it isn't like any of those gods have stopped having mortal children.
Yeah, but it's good to keep informed also. He was in mortal peril due to previous caregivers being lousy at their jobs, but I've rectified that situation.
It is a common theme with those that they do not fear their uncle.
Yeah, that's putting it mildly. So one boat ride later?
Yep, one boat ride later. You, interestingly enough, are dropped off on what looks like it was once a peninsula, but now it's like a very small island. As just barely, it is cut off from the rest of the shore by the waters of the river. And on there, you do in fact see, well, what looks to be your father, but you could tell that it's not quite all of your father. There's just like a little bit missing, not from any one particular part per se, but just something.
He's a little bit tattered around the edges.
Yeah.
What are you still doing out here? We finished your unfinished business. I actually came here to send you off.
Well, it might just be me being a bit sentimental about things, but Rose, so long as you're here, my business is never quite finished as the father.
Looks like I'm rolling it yet again. That's wasn't expecting that. Well, here I was all emotionally prepared to say goodbye.
And yet the DM has other plans.
Well, technically we already actually discussed some stuff in DMs regarding this.
Yep. It's just Rose was not expecting anything like this.
Well, if you really aren't ready to move on, yeah, I'd be glad to have you stay around for a bit. I know that the kids would be glad to have their teacher still there. I know you left a few of them in the middle of a lesson.
I don't think I could stay, like, quite as fully as I did before, but actually, while I have you here, and as much as I dislike that you're continually doing this, it is, you are the one that was chosen for this sort of stuff and not me, so just take care of yourself a little bit better, maybe.
You're gonna have to define taking care of myself.
What I mean, Rose, is that I understand that your situation bears with it certain powers that you like to utilize to their fullest. Case in point, you being here.
Yeah, speaking of that, I think I shouldn't trust the twins with punching my ticket anymore.
Well, that's up to you, but I will say, at least this does have one benefit, and as much as I don't want to encourage you with this, I'm still your old man, and I'm going to take this opportunity. And he's going to hug Rose.
Oh, she's 100% hugging back. So, I guess we'd be going back to the arrangement we had before then?
Something like that. Just something like that. Don't worry, though. I'll still do my best to watch out for you.
And I'll do my best not to put you in the path of an exorcist.
Well, even if they did, I'd give them as good of a fight as I could.
I wouldn't expect anything else. Oh, well, I'm just waiting out the clock until I get yanked back right now, but the estate, we found somebody to pass it on to who will take good care of it.
Oh, okay, that's good. I know it's not exactly my job anymore, but I was still worried about them. And
You literally died defending the place.
okay, yes, but I'm not as worried about the place as I am them making sure that Lagos could still be fed.
Oh, I've insured that 6 ways from Sunday.
Yes, and as much as I'm attached to the building itself, I care more about the fields. A bit of a personal thing with that, but well, Demeter.
Yeah. Speaking of which, I wonder if she's down here right now.
Just real quick, out of game. Were you perhaps thinking of Persephone with that one?
I probably was thinking of Persephone, yes.
Just wanted to make sure.
So yeah, she's just going to hold his hand and wait for the chain to go tight.
All right. Now let's see that chain actually getting pulled. This is gonna go ahead and use his some of his spell slots, trying to uncubify Rose.
I can feel it. I am gaining polygons.
All right. So with this, he has that much. So he also has this that he can use, which is this is like him being extremely wasteful with a lot of things.
My brother made a stupid joke to me personally. What did Sharon from finance do next?
What did he do?
All right. Rose's cube body now has at least some redefined limbs. After Vess quite literally spends like 4 minutes worth of time just basically casting Repair Corpse and Repair Undead in various fashions.
Build a Rose workshop.
It's the ears and the hooves first.
It looks like she is... Good.
He has to pump the stuffing back in.
Yep, it looks like you are about 1/3 uncubified currently.
Do we fill it full of arrow? What do we do?
Okay, look, it's not quite that simple. Also, I don't think she has much space for air. I've mostly just been getting the limbs.
Oh, we'll have timber. We just have to trust that our friendly baker here can put this back together.
Okay, well, look, at worst, it technically counts as a whole body. So, I know she's got her whole mini phylactery thing going on. So, there is that, which is very helpful. However, I do just want to make this known that, yeah, no, she is, if we can't fix this in time, she's gonna need a new body. Or otherwise is gonna need some, actual cleric work in order to, I don't know quite what to describe what this is like, but...
It lacks a description. It is new to science.
Going to have to get one of the gnoll bodies. Haha.
So, yeah, that's pretty much all my spell slots for, the stuff that actually repairs undead bodies and all of that, or deals necrotic damage. Anyone else got anything? Because that's about all I got.
I only have things that will melt her.
You know how the twins are leaving everybody in suspense right now?
Well, we have to assume that they just buggered off.
Well, I think they're still there physically, they just shut off the collective.
Their heads are peeking over the edges of the boat, but they are on the sides of the boat.
Yeah, this is their way of getting back for that slight against them. They're letting everybody squirm for a minute.
That's not them trying to get back. Timber just said he wants nothing to do with them, so even though they are still going to do what they can, their thought process is simply, okay, do what they need to do, and then they bugger off.
That and Tim was not the most perceptive guy. They could easily hide from his vision slits.
All right, so starting at that 7-minute mark, unless someone else has an idea of how to heal Rose.
Oh, nothing Snow can do can help.
I just know that the bodies come back from literally being a rug before.
Not even that.
No, doesn't know this.
So unless mechanics have changed, them pumping the healing in should be working. And I know the rest of you don't know that. I'm just this is me out of character, like confirming mechanics here.
Oh yeah, it literally all that matters is the health point total, and mechanically the higher up she goes from her negative health status currently, the more her body will redefine. You don't need to have something that reattaches limbs. You literally just have to heal health point damage.
It's a perfect example of how metagaming and asymmetric knowledge are important. Like, for example, Snow not knowing that Rose didn't have any potions in her bag, and me not saying anything until after he got it open.
Storyteller?
Yep.
Tempo's gonna pull out the phylactery.
Yes.
And he's gonna lock lips with it and blow.
You are blowing air into a skull.
And it sounds like an Aztec death whistle.
Yeah, I was about to ask.
All right. So, twins.
Play Song of Healing! Play the Song of Healing!
I only know Sympathy of Destruction!
You have 2 minutes worth of rounds to pump full of heal.
Let me double check things haven't changed here. I think they might have.
Rank up. Hold the line. This hamlet shall not fall.
Ren_L59 raided my stream with 6 viewers.
Hi, Ren.
Hey,
Welcome to our
Ren.
Minecraft playthrough.
I'm just scrolling through this list trying to find it. Where the... Okay. Search. Wrong tab.
That might explain things.
The dungeon awaits.
Okay, deeper healing.
Ren_L59 just resubscribed for 9 months.
Thank you for that resub at tier 2, Ren, and your 9 months of support. Thank you so much.
Is it a boy or a girl?
Oh yeah, stream baby.
Yeah, stream baby.
Okay, so it has not gone up, so that would be 3d8 plus 9. Well, I guess it did go up technically.
Because you do have a higher effective caster level.
Yeah, I went up 1.
Yep.
I'm sadly out of bits, otherwise I'd play the healing sound from Half-Life.
Is this just one of them rolling for every round, or are they both rolling?
They're both.
And I'm just alternating. Okay.
Like, Temple looks down, and it appears to be walking, so he keeps blowing.
You know what? I'm speeding this up a bit.
Oh, I was counting rounds to let you know how close it was getting.
Well, thankfully I have a total
Wow.
of 9 minutes, not 8, so they do have an entire extra minute after the 8, even if they don't know it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Alright, so now I'm just gonna go this route. Combine their stuff.
And Stanley died again.
Though, of
I
course, I have
posted,
no idea how
Aztec
much
death
damage
whistle.
has actually been done to her.
Lightpaw, that is
I
quitter
kept
talk.
track.
Yeah, Lightpaw, that is quitter talk.
Luckily, they have a lot of spell slots to work with. Is that enough yet?
For her to be negative and not dead, but unconscious, yes.
Okay, so one more.
So, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, no. 1. All right. By the way, FYI, that extra minute you didn't know you had came in clutch because that took 12 rounds of healing.
And they're going to proceed while everybody's distracted with her waking up with the plan I messaged you.
All right. Gotcha.
Twins. Twins, new rule. No touching the collar.
Rose has woken up to the death whistle.
Rose, you also would know because, you know, just cause of stuff that, yeah, no, this was taking a little bit longer than it really should have, and in fact, the 8-minute mark kind of passed and went, and then you were revived after that.
For the record, if it wasn't for this gentleman here, you'd probably still be a cube.
A what?
Yeah, vest key. Hold on. Hole in the chest. Whistle.
You were cube so badly, I went scrounging through your things to see if there was anything that would help you. Sorry, I went through your bag and your thingy bit my hand and I smashed it.
Good.
I'll
Walk.
kick your ass later.
Team.
When I say my cube, a cube-like shape.
Real quick.
You're literally this big.
Real quick, a couple of things. An out of game thing. I have updated the tip goal. Conrad's brother's birthday is on the 31st, and it is his 18th birthday. Conrad has basically been his brother's dad since his brother was 8 because things involving their mom, and yeah. Conrad's wanting to give his brother a good birthday. Unfortunately, the normal method that we go through for me giving him funds is taking a while because of the holidays. So if people can support, I've updated the tip goal for that.
I've taken care of it.
Oh.
Hasn't even done typing yet.
I wasn't even done talking. Like, just... Thank you so much, Tochemay.
A magnanimous dispensation.
Thank you so very much.
Tochemay $250. Razim contract.
Well, that aside then, I guess, that's taken care of. The twins are going to send Rose a telepathic message. We're sorry. We healed you as up, but sorry. And they disconnect the connection.
Oh, of course.
I would also like to know they kept messing with it even more and put a hole through timber.
For the record, that message was only to Rosalia.
Snow would have said that no matter what.
Yeah.
You were still messing with
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Well, they want this thing off of me as much as I would be glad to be rid of it. So.
Look,
and I did encourage them. That's on me. Ow. Just
I was
slowly standing up, cracking her back a bit.
I was gonna try to mess with it without you asking, but upon seeing this, no.
Just looking at Snow, arcing her back a little bit, looking at Snow further.
I
Did you
said,
get taller?
I had worse.
no, I think you got shorter. Snow was actually just sitting down. Look, I have a thing that can turn a lot of weapons really magical for a short time. But whatever they did didn't work, so you know what? I don't think it's going to work.
This is what happens when you mess with things you're not supposed to.
Yeah. I think we can now definitively say the collar is best left untouched.
Question for the peanut gallery. Does it at least have something on it that you could learn anything from it without touching it?
I think he has wounds.
It does have a rather nice inscription on it, which you can't read.
And yeah, Rose is just checking the fit of her clothing and the height of her cloak. Son of a bitch.
How bad's the hole?
Did
What
you just
hole?
get...
The Timbo
I
points to his chest.
Your hole is well sealed.
Oh, great! Timber
Alright.
exploded too. All right, one
Just-
thing at a time.
I didn't explode. I got penetrated.
I just want to draw attention that Conrad is very appreciative to you guys.
Happy birthday.
No, like seriously though, Zim. As soon as you were talking about the B-Day support and stuff like that, I had opened up Streamloots and I was beginning to type out a every little bit helps kind of thing. Before I could even finish typing it out, that was when Tochemay already had his going through. I was only gonna toss in a couple bucks. It was all that I could afford. I'm trying to save up.
It is still so appreciated either way.
Tochemay once again being the MVP.
Yep. I will say that we are past the time where I normally have to end. I wanted to let it go for a little bit more, but yeah, this might be a good place to call it.
So one thing Rose will be immediately doing when she's verified that the height difference isn't due to her spine being temporarily compressed, she's going to measure how tall she is now. She was 3 feet even before.
Sorry, I don't know who Rose is. All I know is Cubed One.
Snow, probably realizing that her clothes are probably torn to shreds, pulls out the blanket and just sets it around Rose.
Her clothes, funnily enough, are not very damaged because it's kind of hard to hurt clothes by compressing. They are very, ruffled, though.
And her modesty is fine. She wears a chainmail shirt.
He wasn't sure. I wasn't sure how mucked up it was, because
Yeah,
there were coins that are there's coins in her mouth that could have done weird things.
But
yeah, but it's just
The
Yes,
one
Valerie?
time, the one injury where it's okay to wear clothes and not armor.
So her, like I said, her height was 3 feet even before. So Darius, how tall is she now?
solid 2'10" and a half, if you want to be specific.
I'll just put 2'10".
Timber holds up his fist in a ball. Yeah, you definitely got smaller.
You have been slightly scrunchified, Rosalia.
This is a massive gauntlet.
Oh,
Timber's measuring stick, just the gauntlet. Oh,
Yeah.
you don't even make it up to the wrist anymore.
So, couple pieces of information. One, bosses have been notified about the presence of Hypnosis Kid here. The gnolls, somebody else was paying their passage, so that's been taken care of. And Dad apparently isn't ready to move on. He wants to stick around a bit.
Timbo leans over the snow and goes, "What's a dad?"
As he just kind of looks over, I'm an orphan. I don't know what parents are like.
What's a parent?
Everything's apparent if you're observant.
Haha.
And on that note, we're ending it.
Good night, folks.
Well, I was joking about that, but I guess it is time, so I guess we might as well.
Yeah, I mean, it is. It has gone 20 minutes over, so.
All
Timber
right.
asking. Oh, go ahead.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us today for Ascent to Ascend Pathfinder. Check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We've got links for our Discord, Telegram, Mastodon, Blue Sky, Patreon, and more. They are on the website as well as down in the description below through our link tree. Thank you to my patrons, tippers, and subscribers. It is your support that keeps this channel alive and going. I cannot do this without your guys' help and your support, so thank you. Consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. It is one of the best ways to support the channel, though you can also do so by sharing the stream around, as well as coming by, hanging out, picking up packs of cards to stream loot, using our Humble Bundle partner link, or picking up some merch over at zgfgaming.store. But for now, thank you all so very much for joining, thank you for your support, and I bid you the most fondest adieu.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Farewell.
Bye-bye.